Round 2. Go!
Hey, what's going on? Welcome. It is round 2. We are back here on Capcom Fighters. Myself, Logan Sama, and F-Word. We are here to run down this top 8 bracket that you're about to enjoy. It is time for another name to be added to that list at Capcom Cup 2020, and we're going to find out who is going to be representing Central America today. It's a very strong list of competitors.
What a region.
A lot of familiar names, names that we were expecting, but a couple of new ones as well.
Quite a few new ones, I'd say, Logan. I mean, some of these guys in their first ever CPT, highlighted by the commentators during this top 16, it just goes to show that this region already was strong, but it's ever evolving. And these regular tournaments they're doing, it's clearly having a significant impact on the local scene because we've got names we never heard of running game right now in this set.
And we made a big effort as well, right, to dig into the region,
really
speak to the people, pull up some of these new names. And admittedly, you know, AJ had a decent run. Hermes Venatori had a great run, barely missing out. And you look at some of the names like Brian D, Taker, Crossover, El Tigre.
Oh, how unfortunate for
a lot
Crossover.
of the players that we pointed out. Bruv, let me talk about that pool 3, that pool of death. We were talking about El Tigre, Taker in there, Crossover. Well, none of them made it out because it was El Oscuro, the card game player, that was nowhere on the radar. What an amazing tournament it was. Obviously, despite of all of the technicals that went on, all of the weather situations that have been thrown at PR, a couple of notable Puerto Rican players missing as well. We didn't have Olivo, the Honda player. We didn't have Strange Hale, the Ryu that everyone was talking up as well. So there are a few absentees, but we've got a great top 8, haven't we?
Yeah, it's a phenomenal top 8. The matchups are going to be interesting. There's a load of unique characters in there, some more common characters.
Yeah, some characters making their first appearance. Birdie, Kage, and of course Fang. In there
that was always a strong case in this region.
almost got it.
Mommy made sure he didn't, but no. He came close.
But no. Let's talk about the matches then. As you can see on the side of the screen, we're going to be going through some of the games we can look forward to here in the first round. And again, just like last week, the first match of the day, it's basically the two favorites for the tournament.
Big time.
It's the two biggest names. It's Mena and Kaba going head to head. We're going to be talking about that, but let's check out how Mena, the man himself, the 2017 Capcom Cup champion, the face of DR, made it into top 8.
Let's count how many characters he used on his way to.
It was 1.
KO.
Just holding up forward here. Oh my goodness.
Confirm into the critical art. Let's go. A ton of damage incoming as well as an Oki scenario. Here comes Mena RD.
Oh, but guys, they're not having any of that Oki scenario. Just waking up with the EXDP and a nice anti-air again, trying to keep Mena RD locked on the ground. Nice sweep into the activation though. Got that V-Trigger 2 on deck. Oh yes, and the chain's gonna be that additional damage he needs to take the round. Now after the back-to-back anti-airs, he does go with the back throw. However, the EX headbutt gonna put a stop to all that. Nice, again following it up with that chain for Oki and extra damage. Ooh, catches him slipping again. Now he's on the verge of stun. Ooh. Oh my goodness, and with that stun starter, this is gonna be the round. Oh, Mena RD taking the first game.
You already know what Caltrop set up? No, just for the Raida, actually. I take it back. You can't neutral jump this, man!
Is going to still give Mena RD a chance. And, ooh, taking the W for himself, especially the EX Dolphin dive. What's next? Of course, the dash up, and you never want to headbutt this man. It's never going to work out for you.
So despite all of that talk and all of those different characters he brought out in these online tournaments over the last couple of weeks, we just saw Birdie.
Genius. He set it up. Get out of here. He
Could
literally...
have had a shower before you came down, mate. You're attracting flies.
Mate, that's a mosquito, yeah? And innocent, as you can say.
All
Yeah.
right, whatever.
Anyway, moving on from Rogan Rama. No, seriously, I wasn't expecting Mena to do that.
Yeah.
I think he got us all. But I'm starting to wonder if it was on purpose. Did the matchups just fall in a way where he thought, oh, yeah, no, this is a birdie match. I don't think so. I think he genuinely set us all up, and I think it worked. Worked
Brilliant.
a charm.
I love that. A bit of genius. Well, he is going up against his good friend, his training partner, his compadre, his compatriot, Kaba. Let's have a look how he made it into top 8. And then on the other side, we're going to talk about this exciting matchup, this great head-to-head to kick us off here in top 8 winners.
Sonic Hurricane! Sonic Boom!
Strike!
Sonic Hurricane!
To build that back up. In the meantime, Kaba working his way out of the corner, spending that V-gauge resource. Yes, sir. He wasn't going through with the full V-skill. Nice work from Kaba.
Vegeta now. Kaba trying to seal this last round, but you mentioned another V-trigger is active for Kusanagi.
Okay. Dangerous territory. Kusanagi can still actually take the game away with a full conversion while that V-trigger is still up. Again with the V-reversal from Kaba.
The upside down kick, well done.
Forward throw in the corner. Checking with the jabs into the trigger activation. All right. Mix-up City. No, we're going to get the critical art. I don't even know, though.
Yeah, puts him on the verge of death. I like it. Putting the enhanced Sonic Boom out there as well. Whoa, testing him with a sweep just in case he tried to dash forward after that fireball. I really like that idea from Kaba. Fully loaded is Kusanagi, though, in terms of the CA. Oh, but he dies to the Sonic Boom. Oh, does get in. He has the juggle points right there, going to allow for the DP afterwards. But no, the throw's a little bit too early, and now he gets counter hit. V-trigger activation. There's going to be a lot of damage here from... Oh, no. Kusanagi trying to hold on for dear life here, but his life is just whittling down. He will have critical art if he survives this, but he will not. Oh, man.
Beautiful. You love to see it, man.
With Kaba on life support.
Yeah, minus situation after the top two. V-reversal bait through and through.
Beautiful V-reversal bait right there. Oh, no, and then the throw bait after the upside down king, and just like that, the life is evened up. Another V-trigger is active for Kusanagi now, though. Oh my goodness, the discipline from Kaba, bruh.
Are you kidding me?
Not at all. Just waiting, finds that opportunity, get the flash kick, autocorrect again.
I can't resist, guys. It's got to be done. Mr. Loverman. Kaba. Woo! Did you see that run? Kaba on fire. And this is actually, despite Mena RD's performance in the last months, we saw in the interviews that you put together, Logan, a lot of guys and people on Twitter as well have been saying Kaba is actually the guy that's been winning a lot of those locals. And he's probably the guy, in terms of tournament winning form, coming into this tournament.
So before Mena came back to DR, because he was staying in the States, Kaba was basically winning everything. We saw a couple of weeks ago at the Blink Esports All-Stars DR event that Mena was the one who got the better of Kaba 3-1. But literally,
for that, didn't he?
Literally the other day, Kaba beat Mena 2-0 in the Blink Gaming Nights event where...
I didn't know that. Who did Mena pick for that?
So Mena was using Karin and Abigail.
Interesting.
But it was clean 2-0.
But he's clearly saving Birdie. Because he already said, strategically, if he gets Guile...
He said that in the interview.
He's going to pick Birdie.
But we haven't seen him use Birdie for Guile in the times they've played. But that means he's not getting the experience playing against Mena's Guile. Against Mena's Birdie.
Yeah, and I think that's advantageous for Mena, right?
Smart stuff.
Well, who do you think he's going to go? Is he going to go with Mena, or is he going to go with Birdie? Or is he going to go with Karin?
It's been a long day.
Long morning for me.
Boy, Birdie's a good pick.
Yeah.
For Gale.
I think
But
Birdie's
he beat
decent, yeah.
him convincingly 3-1 in that tournament with Karen.
With Karen.
We'll see. We'll see what it is. It's 3 out of 5 as well, of course, here in top 8. It's going to be a super exciting match. Both of these guys have already been to Capcom Cup, as we know.
Yep.
They're definitely the favorites. One of them will win winners final. Let's find out who they're going to be playing against. Let's go on the other side. There's 2 players from the DR. On the other side of winners,
Yeah,
the 2 lone representatives from their respective countries.
Yeah,
We've
exactly.
got Panama and we have Puerto Rico, and it's great to see. After 9 players, by the way, 9 out of the 16 were from DR. Only
right.
3 made it through into the final top 8.
A lot of team kills there, but still very impressive from the
I
other
think
regions.
Mexico really showed out,
Yeah,
by the way,
big
and we'll
time.
talk about it in a bit. But yes, Doomsnake representing for the Claws. Much improved character, right? Vega
Listen,
there again.
I had the pleasure of watching a few of Doomsnake's matches, and he's really utilizing a lot of that new Vega stuff well, man. I think this guy's going to be a real problem. He could be the guy to take it. We'll see. If a Claw qualifies, right? Because I haven't seen him use another character throughout this. He may have done, but from what I've seen, it's been Claw only. All you Claw players got to hold that, man. Character's legit now. No more excuses.
Well, let's take a look at some of the action at how Doomsnake made his way into top 8 right here. Here's the highlights.
Power to the earth! Light it up. I have the power. Perfect KO.
Oh, and now just puts it away. Oh no! But Doomsnake gonna bring this back here. Back throw. Oh, does enough damage. Oh, it's a Buki matchup, even better.
Uh-oh, bad scenario for Ray. Does not have any more kunais to get himself started. And that meter as well.
See, Doomsnake knew, right? He was like, I just stayed ducking. That means the last of the target combo was gonna whiff on me, and he clean punish. He just knows this matchup.
Blocks him. Doomsnake don't miss time. Here comes the kunai again. Great block on the side of Doomsnake, punishing the target combo. Don't get thrown. Oh.
We did see DRA adjust those neutral jumps, right? That's why he got the V-trigger call out last round. This time he should activate on block. And yes, Doomsnake knows that is not something you can do here in this latest patch for Luke, right? The potential for that. So even just blocking that, whether it be just holding down back, is still impressive.
Very, very true. Doomsnake, getting the back throw, not quite enough to take it, but the overhead does it. You already know Doomsnake.
Well, there you have it. Doing it for the low-tier heroes. Low-tier. Don't know. Either way, fantastic run from Doomsnake. And he now books himself a place against another unique character specialist.
I want to ask you real quickly as well. What do you think about DRA not going for the mirror match and picking Ibuki there? Because that was a very interesting one. I looked at that matchup in top 16 winners. I was like, ooh, 2 Vega, like very well known for Vega players.
Yeah. I was surprised. I think Ibuki edges it against Claw, but it's by no means an easy match. Sometimes, but this is what happens, right? DRA is not exclusively playing Claw, and often what I see, just from my experience, in all fighting games, when you have a guy who specializes in only the one character and a guy who uses 2 or 3, but their main character is that character, the guy who specializes is always great at the mirror match. Always really good at the mirror match, from my experience. So
a lot of players as well just really dislike mirror matches.
mirror matches kind of suck
they
for
just
some
don't
people.
like it at all. They'll avoid it at all costs. I mean, Problem X is a really good example of that. He just doesn't like.
he's not a
playing
fan.
the mirror.
Yeah, that's it. Could be that.
Well, he ain't going to be playing the mirror, and this guy that he's playing, I can't imagine plays the mirror very often anyway. Because Mono PR,
Worldwide, I don't know where he'd find someone to play, to be honest.
Mono PR made his whole run so far into top 8 using Fang. Let's take a look at that. And we'll be back on the other side to discuss how this matchup head-to-head is going to look.
And it can all come crashing down right here, throwing out of the EX dash, trying to escape the corner, not gonna let him do it for free.
Oh, cross frame scenario off of those kicks, right? The coward drop, excuse me.
See again.
Coward crouch.
Oh, yeah, the Howard crouch. Signature ball stuff. Oh, no.
Pre-show, he's like, you know, I'm kind of scared online sometimes to let the crouch medium kick drop because sometimes I'll press it a little bit too early. But man, he was spot on. I like that V-skill absorbing the real bender.
Oh, it is building up now, and he's on the verge of stun. On top of that, it's still brave enough to jump. He did alter his air trajectory with that, but the cloud is there, my friend. You can wind up and punch it all you want. Mono taking the round in the position where he's just going to sit there and block. Oh, and then he baits
didn't
out
even let
the
him finish.
this time.
He did not even let him finish. He's like, no, instant overhead instead. That's going to be the round and the game. No bonuses here, though. He's still living on that last pixel. What is he going to do to close the gap against the fireballs? Oh, the wiggle. The wiggle.
Yeah, I think that was the trade-off, right? He was like, okay, I'm going to eat the rest of this poison to not get stunned, but man, he cannot afford to keep eating these shots because Mono on the verge of getting into top 8 winner side.
Oh, and the slap from Standing Strong. You know there was a buffer behind that.
Mono PR gliding into top 8 winners. Really impressive performance from him. And obviously he had, I'd imagine that he was planning for a very different opponent than the one that he had to beat there to qualify El Oscuro. Big upsets there in that pool, as we mentioned, pool 3. El Tigre not making it out in winners. Crossover not making it out in winners. Taker
not making it out.
El Oscuro doing the business, but Mono not being thrown off, wins 2-1.
Nah, he looks very comfortable. By the way, he looked. Well, it could be a case that the match is just pretty uphill, but he looked very comfortable against Kage. He wasn't falling for any of the gimmicks that, you know, there was gimmicks, but there was also some legitimate play to get there from El Oscuro. But it was uphill the whole way for that set. I mean,
well, it was really cool to see him using V-Skill 2 for that reason.
Yeah, that was a great
idea. When the Kage gets predictable with the heavy
idea.
stomp, trying to steal turns. Really cool to see that. Like a rare sighting of that V-Skill actually working.
Actually being used.
Yeah. When it actually triggered and hit, I was like, oh yeah!
Oh yeah, he's got a new V-Skill, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Now, I have to say, we've been trying to work out this matchup, Vega versus Fang. I don't think we're going to see Vega versus Fang.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think we are.
Now, what are we going to see then?
I think we're going to see him pick a real character.
No. I think he's going to go Fang.
You reckon?
Yeah.
It's a tough match.
I think it's a tough match.
Right, so let's talk this through. Why do we think this is difficult?
Well, I think firstly, like, Fang's really good at that annoying range where nothing reaches him, but he can reach you.
Mm-hmm.
Claw's not susceptible to that. Claw's got his stupid stand medium punch and stand heavy kick, and he can throw out the occasional slide. I've also seen Claw's whiff punish Fang on reaction with sweep when they're not doing random sweep, which is another thing you have to always think about. He can punish the cloud with a few things as well.
Exactly. So if you try and put down the trap, if you go for the, you don't bait with the light one and you actually put down a real one, then you can slide a reaction to that. He's got loads of answers.
EX through it as
He's got EX roll, which will go through the block strings. The block strings, when he cancels into Cloud or Nishikyu, he can EX roll through that. As you said, he's got V-Skill 2 for those annoying Fang block strings that seem to go on forever and ever and end up in a hit or throw mix-up. He's got lots of good stuff. And obviously, if you reset it to neutral, Fang's kind of it's an uphill battle for Fang.
I think Fang can poke and hit.
So
but I think
I'm pretty sure we're going to see Seth. I think we'll see him unveil Seth.
We think theorizing, right? We think it's a tricky matchup for Fang.
Yeah.
But if you're a Fang main,
they're all 5-5.
You fight. Yeah, exactly. They all believe every matchup is fine. Secondly, they all gladly play their more difficult matchups.
Yeah.
So why do you think he's going to pick Seth in this one?
I've been working my way into his brain. A fella last.
Oh, you think you've
I've
influenced
interviewed
him
him. I've interviewed him twice, right?
you,
And
got
both times I've made sure to like dump everything I know about Seth into his vessel. I know he's been researching himself as well. But yeah, this is his chance.
Okay,
He can
let's
get
see.
into a winner's final here. Why
Never-
would you want to
ne-
play an uphill matchup when you've got
Never thought about that
Seth?
before. Still picks Fag every time he's
I
in a situation
know.
like this. But
I
let's
know.
see. Let's see. I'll be interested to see.
I'm
if you're
looking
right.
forward to it. We've got two great winners semi-finals.
We have.
Mena versus Kaba. The epic, I wouldn't call it rivalry, but, you know.
That's so cool because
Contest.
they're good homies and they train the hell out of each other.
And then we have, as we said, the lone representatives, Panama versus Puerto Rico, Doomsnake versus Mono PR. They are going to be our winners matches. We're going to take a short pause for the cause, and I'm going to be back on the other side where we look at what is going on in the losers bracket. And then we've got to make some predictions as well. We'll see you after this.
The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whip up! That's that.
Terrific wing!
My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor.
It is God's will. Time to return to harmony. Seraphic wing!
My perfection does not require any training.
Go beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go.
Disappear! Kneel!
You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken! Resurrection!
device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Doll unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Doll unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jody, who is a piece of junk?
Installed.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Hey, welcome back. This is round 2 of the show where myself, Logan Sama, and F Word guide you through to this top 8 bracket here before the tournament commences.
That's right.
Top of the hour, you're going to get the GGs, but we need to let you know exactly how these 8 players made their way into this top 8, fighting for a spot in Capcom Cup here at CPT Central America. We have already run through the winners bracket, Mena versus Kaba, and Doomsnake versus Mono PR. So now it's time to take a look down into the losers bracket.
And this is where it gets really interesting, Logan, because up in that upper echelon, you know, other than the fact that El Zero put a really good fight in, you know, these are names we kind of like expected to see. But here in the losers bracket, firstly, there's a few names we probably didn't, hopefully we didn't expect to see in the losers bracket, but also there's some pretty cool new names that we need to look out for moving forward that got here and didn't get here. So it was a great top 16. And there's a matchup right now that we're going to discuss that's super curious. I mean, I'm not sure what the players who are here in this bracket are going to choose, but you know, let's talk about it. Or who's the first one we're looking at?
Well, this is our first Mexican player, one of 3, I think. Yeah, 3 of the players in losers bracket are from Mexico. As we said, after 9 of the players in top 16 were from the DR, you had 1 from Panama and 1 from Puerto Rico. What's that? 9, 11. Where are the other 5 from? I guess so. I'd imagine the others were also from Mexico.
There was a lot. So
3 out of the 5
Mexican
players made it through.
There's a bunch of Mexican flags.
Yeah.
Just tons.
Oh, yeah, because Gamo was in there, so that's 4.
Exactly.
I'd imagine there was 1 more as well. Really good conversion rate for them. They were taking some heads out, not only in top 16 losers, but also in pools as well. And there's a lot of names, as you said, that we were expecting to see in this top 8 that are not here. Crossover is a big one. Other notable Mexican players that we may have pointed out in advance, El Tigre didn't make it out of that pool. It was El Oscuro. El Oscuro not making it into top 8 after a great run in the tournament as well. So it's going to be exciting. But let's look at our first matchup, and it is going to be MX Gus against DRA. Of course, DRA, a player that is not unfamiliar with Capcom Cup. He was the first representative of the DR in a Capcom Cup in that first year, and boy, did he make an impact there.
What an impact he had.
As we showed that yesterday, in fact, in the highlights of him beating Takedo 3-1.
Yep. That famous
so
win.
long ago, Takedo's using Ryu still. But let's look at MX Gus, who has definitely impressed me on his run. After narrowly losing to Mena 2-1 in winners, he made a bold run in the losers side, and then managed to get past both Hermes Venatori, who was one of the young names that we picked out
for,
from the DR, and El Oscuro, as we mentioned as well, eliminated El Oscuro 2-1 against that Kage to book his place in top 8 with his Colleen. Let's take a look at some of these highlights right now.
Oh, you know that was a grab. Either way, got the back throw anyway. 3 seconds left. I think Venatori is just gonna lose just like that, catching him mid-air.
Much clean play coming out from MX Gus in the second game, but he's got to seal it.
Ugh. Slowly ticking away at Gus's health. What? 30 seconds left. Ugh, the crowd strong stuff, and then tying it up 1-1. Gus, all he has to do is pretty much just sit there and block, right? No amount of throws will allow him to lose, honestly. No. Oh, no, this is awful.
Yeah.
Bad news bear.
Yeah, super terrible because the CA does get spin. Whoa. Now, Hermes is building towards that critical art. Oh, he has it now.
Oh, wait a minute. You know,
utilize that V-Trigger one as Kage.
I like the patience overall from MX Gus. Pass the fireball into the face. Ooh, yeah. He saw that a mile away. Almost literally, right? That was like a full screen jump. And either way, MX Gus does get the target combo. EX Parabellum. Activation. What side? Same side. Great block from El Oscuro. But not making much of it. V-Trigger, yes, sir. I was going to say.
Oh, just never getting bullied by El Oscuro. And there we go. There's that full screen slide offense that we talked about time and time again when it comes to Colleen. Using the Parabellum and the EX Vanity Step finisher. Now he is 1 round away. Image on top of it, but no whiffs the throw and now gets thrown into the corner. Ooh. The icicles. Yeah, got him with the counter hit, but again, couldn't convert it for the kill. And that is +1. We talked about it, my friend. One of the rare low forwards, low medium kicks in the game that are plus.
MX Gus booking his place with an impressive performance to make it into top 8. Colleen, a character that I feel like everyone knows she's kind of cheap, but she almost goes under the radar as one of the real contenders this season.
Well, no, I think in terms of theory fighting, a lot of people are putting her in their top 5 now, which I think is
really.
Yeah, I've seen her in a lot of, especially in Japan. I've seen her in a lot of Japanese tier lists where they have an S tier as free.
I love Japanese tier lists because they can be entirely based on one person.
They can, yes, indeed they can.
Oh, so Kawano's taken a couple of games off of us in a set? Yeah. Sagat's the same tier as G?
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. Let's not, yeah.
Bonchan.
It does get silly. It's strange because there's a lot of logic
yes.
in the tier list. And I see Colleen and I'm like, yeah, man, the Japanese know exactly what they're talking about. Then I see Sagat just next to Colleen and I'm like, what? Yeah, so, you know, it is like a double-edged sword. But I do feel like Colleen is without question overdue this season, something like this. And I think the only thing that allows people like Tyrant and frauds like that to get away with saying that Colleen's not all that, right? She's just an average character, is the fact she's not used by that many people. And even those who use her, they don't main her exclusively a lot of the time as well.
I mean, there's that group of players that really innovated Colleen originally. You know, the two notable ones from the USA, you've got Neon and Nephew.
Yeah.
Really innovated the character.
And both of those guys are messing with different characters these days as well, which is kind of like where I'm, you know, she's not getting that exclusive visibility that she's very capable of.
Interesting.
Now, I know she does have some uphill matchups, unlike other top tier characters, but I'm surprised it's taken this long. Having said that, here we are now with Mexico representing Colleen, and the opponent, however.
Yeah, as we said, no stranger to Capcom Cup, but he has not been back since. And there have been a number of young players in the DR that have really taken the stage and the spotlight. We saw DR Ray make it to Grand Finals of the Blink All-Stars Dominican Republic edition, where he played against Mena in a match that was very confusing. It was Sakura versus Ryu.
Very strange.
We know him almost exclusively for Vegas, and as you said, what is it with these doctors and playing Vega?
Yeah, that's so true. I don't know what that is. Yeah, you know, Bolt Strike, Doctor, Mains Vega, DRA, Doctor. But actually, interesting for me is, you know, that actually the DR stands for Doctor. Now
It doesn't. It does actually stand for the DR.
Oh, it does.
He happens to also be a doctor as well.
No way. That can't be
promise you.
true. That can't be true.
Yeah,
That's
and
too
he's
random.
also, I have to point this out as well because I'm wearing the shirt. He is the overall TO for Game Over.
Okay, I didn't know that neither.
So he's reinforcing that
Wow.
thing that we spoke about where it is really hard to do all that community work and everything else and maintain your position as a top player whilst these young gunners are coming through.
Fascinating. I mean, you're basically breeding the young gunners. You're bringing them through.
He's given a huge amount of opportunities for the DR. But let's look at
Wow.
how he grasped his opportunity to make it into top 8 today. Here's the highlights.
I like it. Doomstick is always responding air to air against the likes of DRA. Ooh. The Caltrop and the cross up. Nice throw tech resetting the situation. Ooh. The whiff punish with the kunai activation into trigger. What side? Time to guess.
Yeah, walking clean under and the ride up for the last bit of health.
Still in Claw Sanchez hanging out. Anti-air is there with the kunai. Reset City? No, I lied. Just the damage. EX ride up to reset the situation. But DRA once again without resources, no kunais, and Doomstick knows it.
Yeah. Oh, but he gets caught reaching here. Nice backdash and a forward dash as well to avoid the jump. But another great corner block. I cannot believe DRA just been so consistent with blocking those cross-up attempts. Nice. The light kick into the bumper DP, and we are going to a game 3. A lot of people will tell you, right, one of the big weaknesses of Vega is his anti-air game. It's not the best of the cast, and because of that, it's going to be even exploited further by Cammy. But ooh, landing in front and getting big damage on that side. Nice micro walk out of the corner, but it's not going to save you just yet. Azuma drop for the stun, and DRA going to set up shop for that first round. Ooh, the challenge from DRA, though.
Ooh, look at the damage, but at 2 bars. Yeah, that frame kill with the low medium kick, but he didn't get to convert off of those straight jabs, but instead knocking him out, punishing that V-trigger activation.
Moving a little bit better that time.
Trying to go for a throw bait himself. Fired away with that stand fierce earlier. I like this. Gamma still stuck in this corner. DRA did a great job of keeping Cammy contained, but now it's the stun. Using the Sky High Claw EX version, and now wait a minute. Command grab was a threat earlier, but now the claw's back on. Poking away, that's a perfect activation off the Crouch Fierce. Cross up indeed. Gets the back throw and a meaty situation. 3 lights short, contested by DRA. That's going to be more than enough.
So I have to admit, watching that final game back when he picked Claw against Mana, I didn't expect that. Against Gamma, sorry. I didn't expect that at all. Then in the first 10 seconds, I realized why he picked Claw for that matchup instead of
He looked
Ibuki.
godlike.
He looked ridiculous against Cammy.
Because that matchup is not fun.
Yeah, I don't think that's a great match for Claw. I mean, he can fight it, but Ibuki definitely fights that matchup better. She's got proper tools for Cammy.
Yeah.
But nah, he picks Claw and he
obviously
went in.
before that, picking Ibuki in the matchup and avoiding the mirror against Doomsnake as well. Looking forward to this one. Head-to-head, Colleen, MX Gus, DRA. What would be the sensible pick for him, Vega or Ibuki?
I actually think Ibuki edges it against Colleen, but I think he'll definitely go Vega for this one. Just because that comfort, you know, that neutral game as well. If you're not too, I don't know how familiar he is with Ibuki versus Colleen. The neutral feels a bit iffy if you haven't been exposed to it. That's just me theorizing, though. I think he'll go Vega. I could definitely see a strong argument for Ibuki. I think Ibuki fights Colleen really well.
Very interesting. One more match in the first round, and it is an all-Mexican affair. One of the players that we highlighted as a one to watch yesterday is here. Kusanagi, an incredible run. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And on the other side, we'll talk about that and look forward to this last match in the first round here at CPT Central America.
Sonic Boom game going once again. See the enhanced Sonic Booms just trying to keep Kusanagi out at this point. Oh, but another crush counter from long distance using the EXDP this time. Put him on the verge of death, and he confirms.
He did a cancel into the command grab. Something to watch out while he's in V-Trigger, by the way. Whew! Quick work from Kusanagi.
Oh, actually trades with a B skill.
Oh.
Caught him reaching right there. Now Kusanagi, he's done a lot of teaching in his time, my friend, let me tell you.
Ooh. Big counter hit conversion there from Kusanagi. Trying to keep Parleo in this stun range. Yes, sir, you got it. After the EX toss, you can't follow up with the show up. Let's go. Nice quick game from Kusanagi.
Activating off that fireball, yes, taking the plus frames to get the back row, take that screw positioning back. Oh, couldn't actually punch with anything. Oh, EXDP through that V skill, very nice. Oh, and the meaty.
Could be match point. No, sir! No command grab, not even close.
And just dashing up afterwards for the clean punish. Oh, and then yes, the stand line kick with the fireball ball from behind it, allowing for the DP follow-up, and oh my goodness, bro.
And there you have it, the Mexico flag flying very strong here with Kusanagi and others in this bracket. I'll tell you what, I thought I'd seen it all with Sakura, especially after we saw our guy there in Japan do the damage. How comes his name's escaped my head? Nauman, doing all the damage in EVO Japan and also winning another tournament that followed. But this guy's innovating.
Gaming, yeah.
He's innovating beyond what we've seen. I mean, some of the stuff he was doing with Sakura, I just simply haven't seen before.
Well, he's been using Sakura since she was released.
I know, but he did more reason for him to have a almost like repetitive style. But clearly, this guy's Sakura is constantly evolving from what we saw in his way.
Yeah, really fascinating. He had a bad loss against Kaba.
That's an uphill one, though, isn't it? I mean, he took some rounds. He could have closed it out.
You have to remember as well, you're playing Mexico to DR, right? So it's a tough one. Guile against Sakura, you have to really either have some godlike reactions to EXDP through booms, or
you've got to be right in his face on
utilize that. And he tried this as well, the jump in, because she's got a great downward arc on that jump roundhouse. He tried to do it a number of times, and you'd see Kaba like walk underneath and then jab.
Yeah. Kaba's predictions were really good. He just knew when not to throw booms, which is, it sounds really straightforward, but that's actually really hard.
100%.
That's one of the hardest things about playing
We
Guile.
heard Chuan say that when we interviewed him a couple of weeks back on the show. You know, it's learning how to play that. You can't just throw boom and do flash kick.
No.
At the same time.
Not at high level.
So you get jumped in and it's bad. But yeah, Kaba looking really impressive. But Kusanagi bounced back and booked himself a place in top 8, soundly beaten Braulio the Evils G. He's going to be on up against Jazdero, who was a seeded player.
He was,
but not one that I knew a great deal about. Everyone was talking about Tigre and Kusanagi and Choco. Didn't know much about Jazdero.
Actually, a lot of footage for Jazdero online. And when it comes to online, I do respect this guy's strategy. I think we'll see a bit of it.
Well, he had a really, really strong run, apart from a 2-0 loss to Mena. But let's take a look, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Hits 2 times straight over, gets the right of knockdowns a few times, missed the throw punish, but gets a sweep punish instead, and a quick round from Jazdero already.
Actually, neutral jumps, and this is very even fair so far. Now until then, Caltrop City was going to be, the counter, try to wake up with something.
Resetting the situation. Command Dash Raw again, getting a ton of mileage off of that move. Catching Hochin off guard, overhead not blocked, conversion. This is going to be a 50-50 reset.
Punish, yeah. You know.
No raw dashes getting hit this time.
Yeah.
But either way, Jazzero getting full momentum off that right Oki situation after the light punch one. Sweep activation, very common. Check the low forward fireball into the uppercut. Forward throw. Demon flip, he's out of there. Nice time to jump. Uh-oh, no punish here.
Yeah, just committed to the DP afterwards. Oh, gets the kunai alley-oop to myself, and now Yazdero is on set point. Ooh, speaking of punishes, getting that clean, walks under, sets up the Caltrop, and yeah, that must have been what he wanted in that very first game. Trying to teleport out of that Caltrop setup.
Oh,
the kunai.
You know that's more than enough. She explodes.
There you have it, the surprise package. Another Mexican booking his place in this top 8. Jazdero with the fantastic Ibuki play. And I must say, the change up in strategy when he identified certain connection experiences, something I need to adopt myself. Something I clearly don't utilize enough. Medium command dashes in neutral, raw overheads hitting on crouchers. I'll tell you now, Yoki's one hell of a player, but I did say it on Twitter, Yoki, you have to retire now, mate. You got hit by the overhead crouching, 28 frames, visible 28 frames. You got all the time in the world. Could there have been some connections issues there that Jazdero was taking advantage of? I think absolutely yes. Can you blame him for that? Hell no. Why not?
No, I mean, well, we were hyping up and talking about Mena adopting that same strategy of, I'm playing online. If I notice anything's a bit shaky at all, boy, I'm going character select screen. I'm making sure I'm picking something that's going to work in my favor. Now, admittedly, Mena beat him soundly 2-0 with Birdie to send into losers bracket. We saw that start top 16.
Which is a good pick for Ibuki, by the way. I understand him picking Birdie.
But as you said, you know, the stuff, just Yoki wasn't able to react at all.
He wasn't.
He was getting hit with all kind the most platinum of mix-ups.
Yeah, it really was platinum, that.
And unfortunately, he eliminated 2-0. So neither of the DR Akumas making it to the top 8.
Which
Very
really
surprising.
surprised me.
But Jazdero earned his place there. As I said, apart from Mena's loss, he won every game 2-0. He beat Hermes Venatori as well.
That's a big win.
Taking some names, Jimmy DR. So he had to fight through not only some big names, but some big distance connections as well.
Yeah. Listen, he's a very solid Ibuki.
He's playing against Kusanagi, though, so he's going to get a local match. We'll see how that goes. It's almost time for the top 8 matches to commence.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what we have to do beforehand?
What's that?
We need to pull out some predictions.
Actually, I don't mind predictions this week. I mean, the other week was kind of like, mate, you really want me to predict this? Then I went and predict it right, of course, didn't I? Because that's just how I roll.
Oh, you just pulled a real gem out of the sky.
Pulled out a wild Daigo.
Yeah.
Daigo, who
did that come
hasn't
from?
won a tournament for 2 years, I think was a pretty good pick.
Daigo.
You know, that foresight, that F-word foresight. But I'm actually quite comfortable hearing this one. I'm going to go for it as well, but I'll let you go first,
Is that what the
Logan.
F stands for, foresight?
Yeah, maybe it
I
does.
thought it stood for fuller anyway.
Anyway, Logan, please, I think this today so that you can actually, you know...
Well, let's go through match by match because we've got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, let's go.
Mena versus Kaba. I think Mena's going to take this one. I think he's got the mind games down. I think he's going to pull a surprising character out on Kaba, one that he hasn't probably drawn out for him in tournament previously.
Do you mean Birdie, basically?
I think he's going to pick Birdie.
I think we agree on that. The Kaba's on fire, but...
The Karen's looking nice, though.
The Karen's looking nice.
Karen was looking nice, but I like Mena anyway.
Same.
Doomsnake versus Mono PR. Are we going to see Seth come out against the Vega, or is he going to try?
I don't think it's ready.
Or is he going to try and play the Fang 5-5 matchup that is definitely not a 5-5? What do you reckon?
I think he goes Fang. I think
he's got 3 out of 5, so he's got the room. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Doomsnake takes it. The thing is, Mono PR looks amazing, but Doomsnake's run, his matches were just so dominant.
You know what it is with Fang players? I can't bet on Fang players.
You just can't.
Do you know why I can't bet on Fang players? Because they will have the life lead and be full screen.
Oh, mate, don't get me started.
They'll have the life lead and be full screen with 10 seconds left in the match. And they'll start throwing Nishikyus and start doing command dashes.
It's Affy Street Fighter 4, basically.
They'll have to go in.
I have the life lead and there's only 10 seconds left.
I don't
understand. What should I do? I have the full screen. I need to go and attack.
You know what I should know?
What?
I should know that they're already self-sabotaging because they're main Fang.
They're playing Fang, yeah.
So I shouldn't be surprised. They've shown me their colours. I want Mono to win, though. So I'm
going
to back Mono.
I want Mono to win.
Because I think he's going to bring out Seth. I think he's going to bring out Seth.
Ballsy.
And he's going to surprise me.
Okay.
Let's go into the losers bracket. MX Gus with Colleen against DR Ray, Vega or Ibuki.
Man, it's hard to call because I just don't know DRA's exposure to Colleen. I'm sure they've got tons because that seems so big. DRA's got that experience as well.
I can't think of any real prominent.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. And that's an issue.
Sure, they have a couple, but if they're not prominent, they can't be super, super high level. But you never know.
But 3 out of
DR.
5, even if he's not comfortable
Yeah.
with Ibuki, he can easily switch out with Claw. And I think that's always something based on his experience.
Is
I'm
that
going
what
to go.
you're saying?
I'm
You're
going to
going
go
with the
DRA.
experience?
I'm going to go DRA. Yeah.
Me too. I mean, I have to. I'm repping a team. We've got to do it properly.
Yes, boss. Especially after all you told me about the guy,
Yeah.
Doctor, community TO, and also top player.
And then last of all, we've got Kusanagi, Jazdero in a Mexican team kill. Do you think Kusanagi is going to be too solid for Jazdero on this local connection? Or is Jazdero going to be
You
able
just
to
took the
bring
words out
the
of my mouth,
Ibuki?
and you can't take anything away from Jazdero. He's been emphatic. He's been ridiculous this weekend. Definitely a name we're going to keep an eye on after this. But when you watch the way Kusanagi plays, the solid fundamentals are going to be at their finest when you're in a local connection setting as well. And I feel like some of the Ibuki stuff that Jazdero likes to try, you get hit hard for Sakura for doing
Absolutely.
that. So I feel like fundamentals are going to win this one. I feel like Kusanagi's got the higher fundamental game.
I agree. I think Kusanagi's going to take this one. You know, he just looks incredibly solid. He's got the experience as well. He's the heavy favourite, and I think the number's going to pay out. That just leaves us to pick the overall winner. Who's going to be the name that joins the other 6? Who's going to be the 7th name to join IDOM at Capcom Cup? What do you reckon?
Well, listen, I can afford to be wrong.
Yeah.
Because of what happened, obviously, with my immaculate Daigo pick.
You can afford to be quick, though, as well, because it's almost time. So let's
So
go.
I'm actually going to go with Mr. Loverman. Kaba from losers, brings it all the way back, resets the bracket, and wins the whole thing. You heard it here
Ooh,
first.
That'll be a hype story. I'm going to go for Mena. I think, you know, he's just going to spoil everyone's dreams and just cash out. It's going to be Mena to take it.
It's a good pick.
We'll find out who's going to take it now. It's time for the top 8 to begin. Over to Ringe and Vicious.
Let's go.
Keep it locked right here to Capcom Fighters.
Hey, no cheeky words, Ringe. I'm watching you, mate.
And welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. You already know how we get down. I am Ringe, this is Vicious, and we have arrived at top 8 for Central America 1. We saw a phenomenal top 16 yesterday. Everybody was duking it out to get here, to get to the final Sunday, to see who qualifies for Capcom Cup, because again, it's winner takes all. And boy, oh boy, Vicious, I can't wait to see this bracket, because the match we're starting off with is a barn burner, to say the least.
Oh, absolutely. You got training partners for life. Mena, RD, and Kaba going up head-to-head in the first game of the winner semifinals. Then down below, you have Doomsnake and Mono. That's going to be a heavy hitter as well. But don't forget the losers bracket. It's fully stacked here. Yazdero going up against Kusanagi. As they mentioned in the pre-show, it's going to be a team kill. DR Ray versus MX Gus. That one as well is going to be pretty exciting. I highly encourage you guys, if you missed the top 16, you got to see some of the finest talents of the Central America region. And these guys have proven more than their worth here up until this top 8.
Yeah, I love the spread we got when it comes to Central America, right? We got 3 representatives from the Dominican Republic, 3 representatives from Mexico, and then we got Panama and Puerto Rico in there as well. It's a beautiful thing to see. But as you mentioned, Mena, RD, and Kaba are going to be at the top of the list. I know that's the match everybody has been fiending for, frothing at the mouth for, myself included, right? So we're going to see the lifetime training partners, the former Capcom Cup champion, and again, Kaba, who has been training 7 hours every day for Central America 1 to get into Capcom Cup. Because as I mentioned at the top of the hour, first place or nada, my friend.
And this is kind of a big deal, right? This has been the highlight of everyone's discussions. I feel like even in the pre-show, they were saying Mena, RD, or Kaba, who's going to be taking it in the predictions, right? No matter who ends up in losers in this specific match, you know it's going to be a tough fight for whoever they have to face off against over in the losers finals, right? Or the losers semifinals, right? So I'm actually pretty curious to see. It's going to be a tough one to call, but it's going to be an easy one to commentate because these guys are so good and they make it so much better to actually enjoy these matches online, right? These guys have just been killing the game since their inception into Street Fighter V and continue to dominate. But that's not to take away from any of the other competitors. They're here for a reason, right? Doomsnake has been putting that work with Vega. Mono, I'm very curious to see who he's going to represent, either Fong or another character, right? He does have a Seth in his sleeves, no pun intended. But we'll see if that even comes out. And I'm only going to break those two games down first. When we get to the loser's side, we have plenty more to talk about. But again, Mena, RD versus Kaba. It's going to be Birdie versus Guile. Here we go. 3 out of 5, all the way through and through. We hope you guys enjoy it. Let's get it on.
Exactly. We have made it to the promised land of 3 out of 5, so that means there can be some experimentation going on if the players so please, or at least a little bit more room for it. But we're seeing the tried and true right now, right? We're seeing the Birdie versus the Guile, exactly what we expected. And we're going to see Kaba trying to keep Birdie at bay here. Beautiful anti-air already with the roundhouse. Oh, no, sir. Got the gut punch. Yeah, uppercut punish, and now we got the forward throw as well. Actually, with Zuka knee, I'm surprised he kept going in rather than set up with the Sonic Boom. And so you the anti-air was medium kick, I believe.
And I like it. I like the aggression from Kaba. Now it's forcing Mena, RD to come in and make mistakes, right? There's the lockdown that we're seeing. Sobot kick to check himself just in case he wrecks himself. Nice work finishing off with another Sonic Boom.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Guile players, right, is that the experience was always keeping that charge, whether it be a trade, whether it be some scramble situation, he's going to have it ready, and that's why he let the Sonic Boom rip right after. Put a beautiful buffer right there. Oh, once again,
dangerous situation for Kaba. Not for long. He has the X flash kick.
Yeah, he is never afraid to let that rip. He's got to establish it nice and early as well. You can see ready. He's knows Mena's tendencies. Watch the overhead and punished it perfectly. And then the back fist for the crush counter. But wow, he's still in range for the command grab afterwards. Oh, no.
Man.
Okay, wasn't
nice whiff punish. Gets it this time within range. You're absolutely right, Ringe.
Cool. We're doing EX. Throwing the extra Sonic Boom afterwards. That was the last bit of E-Trigger 1 that he had.
Just like that, Mena already bringing it back, playing the life lead game, the back fist, but Dolphin dives in. That's had, I think, 100% success rate so far since the top 16.
Yeah, man. It definitely has a very high success rate offline, but even higher success rate online. As you can see, Mena utilizing that tool.
Oh, yeah.
And now back at it, right? Trying to keep him in Sonic Boom range, exactly. And Mena was looking for another Sonic Boom right there. That's why he risked the jump. However, oh, he gets stuck on the anti-air at that time, and the follow-up command grab.
Did you see him change his trajectory mid-air, using that roundhouse instead? avoiding that medium kick anti-air. But here we go. Kaba with the traps. No, you cannot jump out of here. Ooh, they have the option selects, baby.
And just like that, Kaba is tied it up, but no! He actually was able to get that EX headbutt out, now taken to the corner.
Oh, wait a minute.
Get off me, friend. First game to Kaba.
Brave soul indeed. Absolute brave soul. That's just how you know he has such good intel against his training partner. He's like, I know he's gonna want to pressure me down a little bit more in this corner. I know he's not gonna respect my options on wake up. So you know what? I'm gonna hit him with the hardest thing I could possibly do to kill, and that's the critical art. Excellent read from Kaba. Again, if he went through with it and it was blocked, it was lights out. But again, having those solid reads against his training partner is what gave him the game.
And you see it. Mena's been going with his max range sweep because a lot of the time when Gao tries to respond and he's not in range to respond, he gets a free whiff punish, but that time failed attempt on the buffer, was a little bit too close and ended up blocking. Yes, smack him up with that stand medium punch. We know one of the signature buttons from Birdie.
And I like to harp in on that sweep a little bit more. They made it significantly easier to whiff punish or just punish in general in this particular season. But Mena has done such a great job spacing it out to its max range over and over again.
The Makaba showing the training regiment dominating this opening round. However, the V-Trigger is at, but a beautiful stuff from Kaba. He just trade around.
Yeah, tried to. It wasn't going to make himself safe, as we saw the big punish there from Kaba. But it's an interesting exchange nonetheless. Seeing that trade off. Good information to have. EX Sonic Boom, get off me. Nice. Crouch fierce to stuff that neutral jump. Back Sobot kick, get off me again. Creating that space while hitting the limbs of Birdie. Very smart. Ugh.
Yeah, Mena trying to finally make his way in here. Beautiful crouch strong anti-air as per usual. Again, right back in. I love Kaba bringing the aggressiveness, right? Just when he gets Birdie off of him, he instead puts him in the corner and now establishes this whole screen space that he has to work with. And even changing the rhythm there, dashing in and activating his V-trigger off the stand or the crouch medium kick.
He knew Mena wanted to go for the bullhorn, but he didn't get a full-on punish. There was a slight mishap, but Mena RD stays alive. V-trigger active, full critical art. Any single touch from any of these players can result in death.
So you see Kaba doing a lot of fake buttons just to make him think the Sonic Boom's coming, but not committing to anything.
I knew the Dolphin Dive was coming, Rich. I was going to say, now it's going to be harder for that win condition, but still Kaba getting the throw. He read that Mena RD wanted to do bullhead on Kaba's wake up, and instead he woke up with the throw. 2 back-to-back reads, nailing in both games.
I mean, this is the type of gameplay we see when it comes to training partners, right? Especially training partners that are like best friends as well, right? These guys support each other every single tournament they're at, and they're just constantly grinding against one another. You can see Kaba putting that knowledge to great use so far, taking a 2-0 lead. But of course, we have made it to the promised land of 3 out of 5, so we are going right back into it.
Round 1.
Oh, reads on reads, man.
Fight.
0-2 so far on the side of Mena when it comes to those. Kaba sitting nice and pretty with his lead. Now he gets to play a little bit more like of his like a freestyle kind of thing. He doesn't have to worry too much about the matchup. He doesn't worry about too much about Mena RD and how he wants to play. He really gets to control the pace a lot more, or at least with a lot more confidence, right?
Exactly. A lot more breathing room for Kaba at this point, having a 2-0 game lead. But I mean, Mena is a Capcom Cup champion, so you don't want to give him any opportunities he doesn't deserve. Beautiful, meaty low right there. With the punish. And again, Kaba just establishing this huge life lead that's going to allow him to sit back. But as soon as he goes in, actually, you see the buffer was there.
I love that crouch strong anti-air, though, to stuff that jump roundhouse. Very, very smart button choice there.
Nice.
Yes, flash kick, get off me. Down for roundhouse.
Yes. Utilizing every single one of Gao's buttons. He knows the particular spacing that they excel at the most.
Oh, caught the Sobot kick again.
Tries to grip him up. You saw the starter of the EX command grab, but Kaba not willing to get bullied, and he is on the verge of putting himself in the winner's finals. Oh man! Ended up stepping into that range.
No anti-air is present there for Mena. Getting a free jump in from Kaba, although it was blocked.
Oh,
big jump in roundhouse.
Starting to counter some of the buttons that Kaba's bringing on the ground.
checking with the medium punches, looking for the confirm here. Kaba stuck in this corner. Is he going to throw any booms? No, he's going to try to snowball his way. Gets the sweep out of the corner. Excellent time to establish this V-trigger pressure afterwards. No, he's going to let Menardi jump out of the corner to get this free flash kick. All the meter on deck. Speaking of, stick to my Lou.
Mena gonna empty out that CA bar to seal the round, keep himself alive here in winner's bracket. Remember, this is the first match of top 8 winner semis. So whoever loses is dropping down to the loser's bracket. Their journey is not quite over yet. Another beautiful anti-air right there.
Now this is going to be kind of important. Is Kaba going to sit on this meter, or is he going to utilize it for some extra pressure from EX Sonic Booms? He's going to save it for EX Flash Kicks, or is he just going to spin it after an anti-air into the critical art, send him full screen, give him this damage, set up the Sonic Boom game?
Dude, just being a complete defensive wall right now. Can't find his way in, and when he does, he pays dearly with his life right now. Not a scratch on Kaba. Man's looking pristine. Finally does get scratched up a little bit. Sweep knockdown. Oh, and the EX Bullhead coming through.
Oh, he was baiting the EX Flash Kick, but no dice. Kaba nice and patient, sweeping it 3-0.
Sweeping 3-0 and ending it with the sweep itself, right? Beautiful stuff from Kaba. Comboing off of the Sonic Boom as per usual. And I mean, that's what we kind of expected from the matchup, right? Guile is definitely adept at keeping Birdie out. It's just, you know, considering their sparring partners, you never know what could happen. A lot of unorthodox outside the box things can definitely happen when two players that play each other all the time end up playing in a tournament, especially this far. However, it is Kaba, the one that reigns supreme this time. And we'll see if Mena, if he gets back to him, if he changes different characters or if he just finds a way to get in on that Guile. However, we got a whole lot of Street Fighter to play before we even consider that. Because next up is going to be the winner semis, the other half of it. Doom Snake versus Mono, of course, Vega versus Fong. You know, a lot of people have been talking about Vega's prominence this season in the top 8s for CBT Online. He's definitely risen in the ranks than he has been in previous seasons. So I want to see if Doom Snake can continue that momentum that he's been building, because he's been an expert Vega for a really long time. But of course, Mono on the other end has that Fong. And you mentioned, actually, and I believe Logan and F-Word mentioned before in the pre-show as well, that he has a couple of characters up his sleeve, including the Seth, which I think Logan said that he might expect him to bring out here. And considering we are in 3 out of 5 now, I do think he's going to feel more comfortable experimenting with a character that's not Fong in the early goings.
You know, it kind of surprises me that he still sticks to this character and he does it so well. Let me move back to the queue real quick before I babble on about the player that is Mono PR, right? Mono has been working with this Fong since day one, if I'm not mistaken. And again, he's mentioned in his pregame interview that he has a Seth, he has a Bison, he likes those characters for his bad matchups. I want to see just him go out the gate with Seth or Bison, straight up. I want to see what he does against the likes of Doomsnake.
Yeah, no, we heard Logan and we're talking about it in the pre-show, right? Big ups to them, by the way, recording their pre-show at like 5 a.m. in London. There's definitely some wild stuff to pull off, so big ups to y'all. But yeah, they talked about how Vega has a lot of answers to Fong's game plan, right? Being able to blow through the poison cloud, being able to blow up those long block strings with the V skill. So I do want to see if Mono agrees with them and starts out with a different character. And then if he falls behind, maybe goes back to the tried and true and tries to overcome that matchup. But I'm with you, man. Mono is a talented fighting game player. Obviously, we all love his Fong, but I need to see him give himself the best chance to win. And if he believes that's a different character, then I want to see it.
You want to see it?
I want to see it. Shout outs to Yipes.
We got to get him back on one of these things, man. To be honest with you.
Shout outs to Yipes and Jay Lethal and Ric Flair. You know what I'm saying? But we are in the other winter semis, as we mentioned. So we're loading up right now. We're going to see what Mono brings to the table for game 1. Again, we are all 3 out of 5 all day today. So no 2 out of 3 stuff going on here. We're going to see for the long haul who makes it into Capcom Cup. And we already got Kaba sitting pretty in winners finals, guaranteed top 3 position. But it's all about that first place.
Man, and you also have one of the heaviest hitting sharks down below in the murky waters of losers bracket waiting. He's just got his jaws wide open for you, man. That is some pretty scary things to think about. In the meantime, we have the lone soldier from Panama, the only representative, I should say, the sole representative of Panama from Panama City, going up against Mono PR.
And
San Juan, Puerto Rico, by the way.
Oh, yes. It's a beautiful country, beautiful tournament that he runs out there, first attack. But of course, Mono is going what we expected him to go with, and that is the Fong. Following his heart. I gotta respect it.
Oh, we got the classic Vega? That's what I'm talking about.
Indeed, the classic Vega. Already setting off shop with the poison. You can see he can bully the poison a little bit more while Doomsnake does not have EX meter to blow through it.
Oh,
High, yes, to be punished.
no jump ins here. Big roundhouse whip punish on that. Here comes Mono. Back throw into this corner. Now it's all Doomsday controlling this momentum. Sky High Claw. Make it safe with the V trigger. You thought it was on the other side because of the character. No, no, no. Same side. Mono not phased.
At this point, he does bust out with the EX roll, however. That's decent damage. Oh, but Mono trying to get that space back over the chase down cross up. Going to be able to tag him. Nice air to air, actually.
Doomsnake had the right read as well, but Mono just instant air normal to stuff Doomsnake's read. Immaculate. Immaculate.
That was beautiful. Almost OS right there from Mono, right? Considering that if he just jumped back and he didn't get chased down, there was no punish for that instant jump back button. So covering all his bases right there. Very well done. And now he's going to try the claw.
Yes, sir. And it's crazy, like, the claw stance, right, it gives him a great amount of range, right? Especially being able to poke, like, 2/3 of the screen with, like, forward fierce and whatnot. But look at Fong, right, holding his own just as well with projectile stand, medium punch, even a down forward fierce.
Yeah, and how much that Mono has made happen without the meter from Vega is so crucial, right? It takes away so many options while he doesn't have the meter, and establishing this much of a life lead just gives Mono so much comfortability to play in the rest of the round.
Oh.
All right, yes, beautiful, and then catches him wiggling right there and pulls the sleeves back. Can't quite follow up there.
Oh, he passes Sky High Claw, so smart.
Yeah, but
Knew it was coming.
Yeah, he's sitting on his V trigger and he activates it off the long normal. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, the low medium kick.
Yeah,
Caught him moving backwards, yes sir.
If you're Mono at that point, you have to be concerned with the command throw, right? You saw him either holding up back or just walking back because he did not have the claw on, so he gets caught with the crouch medium kick.
We have the same ideas, Range. I keep talking over you, my bad, brother. We're just so excited, man.
Alright, same with the poison again.
That's been doing a ton of work, right? You don't think too much about the poison damage over time, but it really does add up, man.
Yeah, it really does. Nice, another crouch medium kick. Been effective.
Poison. I get so nervous every time I see that bird fly. He's gonna drop down on you like an anvil. Sweet V-trigger activation. He loves doing it. When he has his opportunity to do it, best believe he's gonna find it.
Absolutely, and that V-trigger is up now, so the sleeves come back down. Sky High to interrupt that poison.
Take the poison. Just Q past the other side, counter hit with the counter crouch legs.
Beautiful ending from Mono. Able to take the first game again with the Fong, right? So we were talking about maybe experimenting with a different character, considering Vega has some answers to what Fong likes to do. However, the first game is going in Mono's favor, and that's going to be a huge confidence booster for the rest of the set.
There's only a handful of individuals that can make a character like Fong shine as he is right now. But Mono, I feel like right now as it stands, he's at the top. His Fong play is absolutely absurd.
Round one.
Most definitely, most definitely. Always been one of the premier Fongs. You can see how much of a veteran he is on this character. We talked about it. The longer the game lives, the more character specialists tend to thrive.
And I really gotta say, the way he's using crouch medium kick as an anti-air has been so consistent, right? Sometimes we see crouch fierce, a lot of the times from Fong, but just he knows the angles, he knows the spacing of it all, and just has it so consistently. Man, right when I talk about crouch fierce, yikes!
The commentator's blessing for Doomsnake as he gets the Zuna drop. That does take him out of the corner, however, so sacrificing some positioning for some damage and a beautiful air-to-air from Mono to trap him back in this corner.
I love that alley-oop sequence. Ooh!
There's one of the answers to setting up the poison. Oh, and gets him with a throw bait. Puts himself back out of the corner just to put himself in the corner again. Ooh.
Sky High Claw catches Mono trying to either press a button or maybe set up shop with some of the poison.
Yeah,
Either
I
way,
believe that
Doomsday
was
not
one
having it.
Yeah, I believe that was one of the poisons coming out right there, coming from the sleeves.
Man, Dash is right in there, not afraid of a little bit of poison.
Yeah, plus
So
frames.
ambitious. Great block from Doomstick. V-skill to get off me into the sweep. Good knockdown.
I'm just taking that space back off the roar swipe. I like that. Just backing off of the coward's crouch. You want to be a coward? I can be a coward too, all right?
And I like that. Not having to commit too much with that V-skill 1, right? Just as long as it touches, it's draining that life away from Doomstick and allowing Mono to seal that win condition faster. Q anti-air. Mistimed the meaty. Here comes Doomsnake. Backing off a little bit, trying to bide his time once more. Trying to figure out the labyrinth that is the projectiles from Fawn.
Yeah, right. Just this game plan that Mono has been presenting, whether it be the floats in the air or the poisons you mentioned. Either way, he makes his way past it. Now has him in the corner. Slide knockdown.
Oh, he knew! He knew he was going to get out of there with a command dash. Chase him down with the EX Sky High Claw. Perfect read there from Doomsnake.
Yeah, it was beautiful right there. You see, oh! Despite that V reversal usage, Mono's still on the verge of getting that V trigger.
I want to say that was an option select. I'm no Vega specialist, but I want to say that was an option select.
It very well could be. You see now Mono is content to let the poison take him down, but you see there's not much time left on the clock to do so. So he pulls the sleeves back, has to get his hands dirty.
Frames again. He has to hold all this chip. This is dangerous. If he blocks a little bit more, he's dead. Doomsnake clutching it out off the wall. Getting the time overkill. We've seen a lot of these time overkills throughout the entirety of top 16. These guys are definitely patient and just as scary when the time is winding down. Like,
yeah, I mean, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
All right, I'm going to go ahead. We've seen those instances where they force the opponent to kind of do something nutty and try to get that damage. They're going to just sit there and take the throat all day, even if they get opened up. We saw that instance, I believe it was Yazdero who committed with a full critical art and didn't get the finisher. I think it was either him or another player. I think Starlight has committed to it as well. But, man, these guys are so patient. They understand the game so well. It's like, you know what? I can risk this time overkill. Even if they throw me, if they hit me with a critical art, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, the discipline of all these players that we've seen in these top 16s and top 8s for the CBT regional events have just been incredible. And you heard Tokido talk about it, right? The stakes are so much higher for each individual tournament. I think that also plays into the discipline and patience that we're seeing a lot from these players. So now we're getting back into it. Mono again establishing that poison, letting it tick down over time. And content with putting up the wall once again. Maybe trying to force Doomsnake into using some of that mirror to blow through it.
Oh, big punish on. No, a decent punish on the sweep. Just a hit.
Ooh,
damage is damage. We'll take it.
Yeah, I like that Doomsnake V skill right there. Recognize that that was quite a far distance that he actually hit the coward crouch plus frames at.
Man, that is so satisfying. Stuffing out the forward fierce. Oh, wait, not as satisfying as this. Full conversion, reset, and the throw. Oh, he missed the combo range.
That is so much damage left on the table. Very unfortunate from Doomsnake, and now we got the plus frames again. Wow, it looks like he tried to make it out of the coward crouch plus frames that time, but only got air hit. Did get clipped by the end of that poison right there, so it's actually gonna be ticking down. His Doomsnake pressured even more to try to make something happen here.
Man, perfectly timed on that crouch BD kick anti-air against the Azuna drop.
Nez was so patient with that. But Doomsnake can't afford this patience. Now he's going with the Azuna drop. Oh, and he actually does get the crouch medium kick. 2 seconds left. He steals the round. And yeah, you had to guess, right, when it came to being Mono. You were thinking about that command grab again, get caught in the legs, and it was just enough time for Doomsnake to take the lead with either option.
Dang, blasting right through it.
That's gonna throw away, not biting.
Setting up once again is Mono, getting those traps going. Counter crouching the kicks, plus again. Keep him in plus, that's right. Lock him down in this corner. Rio Benda forces Doomsnake to use that meter to get out of the trap, but still stuck in this corner. No resources left.
I love that. Just knowing the tendency of Mono's button presses right there. Just going with the sweep right after hitting with the long claw.
Got the Rio Benda out again. But it hasn't deterred Doomsnake from moving forward. Honestly, he's been traversing these traps pretty well, I must say. sweep, make it safe. Oh, that could have been a big trade combo.
All right, able to get past the Ryobenda this time. Yeah, you can see Mono not biting at all. Beautiful. Man's air-to-air game is so on point here and pulling the sleeves back. Good trade for Doomsnake.
It's a cat and mouse chase throughout the entire game, and I love it. I love the way these guys are playing. Down once more. Doomsnake, he's running away with it again. 15 seconds left. Will the poison catch up to him? If he actually gets poison, that is. There's the V-Skill 1. I was just talking about it. Is it going to hit? It's working its way downtown. No, sir. 5 seconds on the clock. So close. That gray left. He got the hit. He got the sweep. Oh, no. Doomsnake snuck it out. Getting that sweep on Mono and then running away for dear life. Another time over round.
Yeah, the exact replay of game 2, right? We see the victory in the first round and the time over the second round, and Doomsnake once again just stealing the victory by the skin of his teeth. I love him having the wherewithal to use that slide as he gets hit and loses the life lead. I mean, just embracing that scramble situation and being ready for it in all instances. Impressive gameplay from Doomsnake. 1 game away from going into winners finals, but we are back in the lobby. We're going to see if Mono tends to go with a character switch, or he's just taking some time, get some breather in there, make sure that Doomsnake doesn't continue to build this momentum. Because I mean, we've talked about it, right? Doomsnake has been running rough shot, so he's had momentum carrying over from yesterday. So we're gonna see if he can continue that, get into winners finals to face Kaba for that Guile, or if Mono's gonna bring something that can alter this game.
Now's your time, chat. Now's your time to be a god. You gotta predict who Mono is going to use. Seth, Bison, or Fong? Let me see it.
I think he's going to stick with the Fong. Being down 2-1 to me, I think he's going to stick with his tried and true.
I am inclined to agree with you, to be honest, because he didn't do poorly with that character at all. It was just funky situations or awkward exchanges that got the best of him, to be honest with you. It was so close. It went down to the wire each and every round, I'd have to say.
Yeah, exactly, right? It wasn't like he ever got blown out, but he is changing it up, and he's going to be bringing the Seth, and we're going to the Shadowloo base at night instead as well.
Nice work to everybody in the chat who called it. There was at least 3-4 people that called Seth, I think.
Ooh.
Nice work. You guys are gods.
Round 1.
Yeah, and with his winner's life on the line, he's bringing out the Seth.
We got the story mode costume, the Nomad Seth.
The Nomad Seth, I like that.
It's so cool looking, man.
Oh, and we already see an idea that he has with this character, right? Considering Vega's got those long normals, yeah, he's going to try to contest with the Vortex.
Yeah, trying to grasp with the Tendon Engine. I don't even remember, like, oh, actually, no. So if you do block it, you are negative. It's not your turn any longer, so you can't commit to the punches or else you're highly punishable. But it doesn't matter. Doomsday getting the command grab, just running amok on Seth. Oh, missed the Twin Fangs afterwards. Didn't get the target combo after the crouch strong.
Yeah, unfortunate drop again, just trying to catch him with the vacuum from full screen in case he's pressing any of those long buttons.
Ooh, that was a buffer normal, 100%.
Oh, the V-Skill just getting him out of the range of any dangers. So good from Doomsnake.
Big axe kick incoming, float him up. Hecaton carries, do it again. No, he's gonna let him drop. Activation, but we see a V-reversal.
Jumps out. Wow, nice anti-air with the crouch strong on the other side. Trying to get him to crack, but Doomsnake very disciplined on defense.
The Zeku crouch strong, man. So intimidating.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ooh, and the perfect spacing once again from Doomsnake, coming in with that overhead, and he does such a good job of not using that move too much, right? Always catching his opponent off guard with it because he keeps it for round-ending scenarios.
You notice how much more airborne Doomsnake was in that initial round? He doesn't have to fear Fong's anti-airs anymore, right? He's really testing Mono to see if he has what it takes to reaction Mad Cradle. That was the first round. This time around, Doomsnake is controlling the ground game once again with a hefty life lead. Caught it? Yes, install.
Yeah, beautiful. Now he's able to steal a move real quick.
I believe Seth gets the rolling crystal flash, no? I think so. I'm pretty sure.
I think you are correct.
No Mad Cradle again! Doomsnake running away with these airborne attacks.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Fong, pretty good normals for the anti-air game, but you really got a lot of DP from Seth. However, this is a chance for Mono to really start off as no! Oh, what a heartbreaking way to the loser's bracket. just a mis-execution error right there, and Doomsnake will be more than happy to take that game and put himself in the winners finals up against Kava.
He got himself. He had to uninstall that one. He just had to, man. Unfortunate. Missed the Mad Cradle. Missed some opportunities for anti-airs. You really do hate to see it go down that way, honestly. But I will say that Mono will be continuing on into the loser side of the bracket, so it's not over for him just yet. He's got to work out the kinks with Seth and figure out a way to consistently get these anti-airs. If it's not going to be Mad Cradle, maybe opt for another normal, possibly the Roundhouse. Very, very active, very, very solid. Or even just stick it out with Fong, because his Fong was doing work, kept it very, very close.
Yeah. Wild to see him switch, honestly, when it came so close. But I understand wanting to experiment with Seth a little bit. Unfortunately, didn't get the job done here. But you said his tournament life is not over yet, right? He's going down to the losers bracket. And we are also going down to the losers bracket, but not before a quick break. Thank you all for tuning in to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters so far. We'll be right back with more Street Fighter V. Please do not go anywhere.
My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor.
God's will. Time to return to harmony. Seraphic wings!
My perfection does not require any training.
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dawn unit 0. Activated.
Well, Julie, who is a piece of junk?
Installed.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
right, welcome back everybody to twitch.tv/CapcomFires. And I saw some people in the chat saying that I was turning into a robot there, and they were correct. I actually was part of the 50% Wi-Fi users for that last match, so I didn't realize it at the time, but we have fixed that. Everything is wired up now, so no fear. We should be good going forward into the losers bracket, because that's where we have arrived, right? We got a Kaba versus Doomsnake winners finals. He has knocked Mena and Mono, two heavy hitters, down to the loser side of the bracket. But of course, before we get to losers quarterfinals, we got to get that first round going, baby. And it's going to be Yazdero versus Kusanagi.
Now, Yazdero, we've seen him play in this top 16, but prior to that, according to his 2019 season, he's only participated in online events, but he's made himself a solid name for his region, Mexico, with that Ibuki play, right? We've seen some pretty impressive stuff when he played against Mena RD and his reads. Unfortunately, he got sent into losers early by Mena, but he's made his way into this top 8 just running amok, and I'm curious to see how he's going to do against someone like Kusanagi with that Sakura play. Pretty offensive and so calculated when it comes to controlling the pace too, right? When we think of Sakura, we kind of think about the kind of damage output she has, that she potentially has, right? We're reminded of Nauman and the way he controlled the pace with that character, but Kusanagi I feel is way more offense oriented. So I'm kind of curious to see how Yazdero is going to do against someone like Kusanagi, so offensive, right?
Yeah, and Yazdero's pretty offensive in his own right? Willing to test you with the command dashes, especially online. It's a smart move to do, but I think Sakura has one of those key tools in that stand light kick that she can just kind of throw out there, kind of make you think twice about doing that, right? And then tame the Ibuki rather. So we're going to see how Kusanagi really approaches the matchup, because I do expect the Sakura and I do expect a lot of stand light kicks, but we're going to see if he's got a couple of other things up his sleeve to really make sure that Ibuki doesn't get too out of control.
Mm-hmm. We'll see what happens. Anything can go wrong in a split second when it comes to online play, to be honest with you. And it could both lead to tremendous damage in the hands of Ibuki and Sakura. So as you mentioned, we'll see if Yazdero has what it takes to kind of trick Kusanagi into feeling comfortable in this neutral. I want to see who fires first. No Han Solo. I just want to see who's going to bleed out.
Fight!
All right, here we go. Kusanagi on the right, of course, with the Sakura. But you can see, yeah, if you want to just kind of throw out those normals to test the command dash, then Yazdero can snipe you with the kunai, so you got to be careful. And we saw, I think Yazdero's anti-air game super solid. That's one of the things I was super impressed with his matches up against Mena as well as his losers match.
Early activation. Take note that Kusanagi does have Trigger 2 on deck, can lead to a ton of damage and corner carry for that matter. EX Rider? That was rough.
And throwing out the second Caltrop.
No anti-airs there. A little bit too late. He's committed. Activation on the Shuriken. That's the extension.
Big stutters here, but yeah, they're trying to get their footing back. Oh, and it's going to open the window for Kusanagi, who still has some V-trigger left. It's the low forward, but just going to take the throw afterwards.
It's a huge damage. He gets the Tatsu into the uppercut, but he's still just fine without it. The fear of the trigger alone caught Yazdero slipping.
And just solid gameplay from Kusanagi to make that comeback, right? A lot of low forward pokes into the fireball, taking the damage he can get here and there, not trying to overexert himself to get some type of big damage hit, just really taking what he can give.
I love seeing that. Just airborne Tatsu. Just clipping the opponent, but I don't like seeing these though. Big crush counter. Oh no. EX uppercut completely demolished. Full corner control from Yazdero now.
Yeah, I don't mind Kusanagi trying to establish that EX DP game early. It's just that Yazdero was one step ahead and then gets the correct mix up afterwards. Counter hit City, you ain't going nowhere, and we're going to a round 3.
You should train harder.
Final round.
I gotta say, this Monster Hunter skin is so sick.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the roll from Mega Man Legends style. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, the costume game in Street Fighter V has become top tier, 100%. Nice, stuffing the approach once again. They're getting paid dearly for using that EX bar and another conversion to push him towards the corner.
Got the activation, yes sir. Back throw as well. Trying to keep Yazdero contained, but man, neutral jump, then forward jump. How are you gonna stop that?
Yeah, Kusanagi has been very content with playing from behind, right? We see that he doesn't panic, he keeps his composure, really working the throw game.
Oh no! The damage off of what? A stand short. You mentioned it. The lethal tools that Sakura has. One of them being that stand short.
Oh, and the life is so even here from both sides. Again, just working that throw. I love the follow-up on the other side as well to make sure that Yazdero can't just maneuver once he wakes up. Ooh, and the fireball trade is going to result in Kusanagi taking the first game.
That was actually pretty scary. As soon as Yazdero crept up with that dash, just leapt the EX Fireball rock and getting that trade, that could have gone either way. If Kusanagi was just a split second later, right? They could have stuffed the startup of that. Kusanagi making, or having the right reactions, having the right reads, knowing that Yazdero full well wants to commit to this dash. That's been a pretty common occurrence, right, with Yazdero.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he definitely likes to test his opponent with the raw command dashes on the side of Ibuki. So Kusanagi's done a great job of stuffing it so far. And you can just really see the years of care and paying off with the way he plays Sakura, right? Just harassing his opponent with the low forwards and the stand light kicks. You see right there, always with the confirms on point as well.
That's a really strong observation, actually. Stand short and then the roundhouse as well. Kind of similar in terms of how Karen wants to play it, right? Medium kick can also serve the same purpose. Oh, yeah. Air fireball to extend the combo into the show up. And that meter to gain afterwards with that throw. Critical throw there from Kusanagi.
Yeah, just dominating that round. Definitely has Yazdero on the back foot now. I really like that sweep. He had seen that Kusanagi has really been dominating that range, so he goes with a little bit bigger of a button.
Missed the crush counter follow-up. Gets the stun, loads up. We're gonna see a reset. I lied to you. It's right a knockdown into the Caltrops. Okay, he's not gonna go for the, or maybe a 50-50 with the Caltrops too. V-skill 2 is tough to call sometimes.
Definitely. You can see Kusanagi loves these throws, and then as soon as you want to walk back to get out of throw range, there's the low forward into activate, making him pay dearly for it.
That was the meatiest Crouch Fierce, but either way, Yazdero finds the opening for that shuriken, and it wasn't even over yet. He had plenty more damage to take off.
Most definitely. Yazdero's super solid so far. We've seen him since yesterday. Not going to go quietly into the night whatsoever, getting past that fireball with the kunai, but no dropping that.
Man, I love that fireball. Seeing the EX fireball rip in the air, following it up with an uppercut. It's just so juicy.
Oh, God,
great confirm from Yazdero.
Yeah, I love the jump back from Kusanagi afterwards, too. Not going to play any of that mix-up game.
Oh, if he continued, that would have been so sick. Still gets the Tatsu. V-skill 1 follow-up. Enhanced uppercut. Crouch Fierce, a lot of plus frames here, and a lot of chip damage, but here comes the shuriken. Mix-up city time. Missed the punish, actually.
Yeah, doesn't get it quite this time in the kunai to stay in front. Oh, but he lets it rip again, the EXDP. And I don't recall correctly, but if Kusanagi hasn't, I don't think he's done the EXDP on Wake Up since that first block one, so he brings it out in a very clutch moment here, able to seal game 3 and take a 2-0 advantage. That was only game 2.
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good time to bust out and take the risk. And now again, it's that similar situation with Kaba and MenRD where they had a 2-0 lead. Kusanagi's going to feel a lot more comfortable going into this third game. And as we see here, Yazdero taking a breather real quick. I don't believe he has a secondary character from the information he has given to both of us, but he has some time to adapt and adjust to how Kusanagi's been playing offensively, right? I think he had a good amount of the corner pressure. It's just that one guess of the EX uppercut that led to his downfall in game 2.
Yeah, and I really love the way Kusanagi's been playing. He's just been toying with his opponent's mind when it comes to that low forward or the throw. He has just been able to mix it up effectively every single time. He's really established it with just throw after throw after throw. And when you want to walk back, he punishes you for it perfectly. So I'm very impressed with Kusanagi Sakura so far. He's got a 2-0 advantage. He's 1 game away from moving on to losers quarterfinals.
And to think, I think the winner of this has to face off against Mono.
Yes.
Yikes, dude.
Round 1. Fight.
Indeed. Yeah,
I love that response too. The kunai to stuff the fireball from that distance. So smart. Oh, man, plasma beats metal, huh? All right.
And that's what I want to see more from Yazdero, honestly, is that kunai punish, whether it be on the ground or in the air, obviously is more ideal.
Oh,
Again, always having that buffer behind it with the Tatsu. Misses the Raida.
yes, sir. Continuing the combo after that EX Fireball. Does have Trigger on deck. Oh, man. Perfect time to jump. Get the cross up. Here comes Kusanagi with nothing on Wake Up. Great. Yazero tried to get that overhead, but Raida through.
Ooh, and again, the Kunai staying in front this time into the V trigger. That's going to be good damage. Double Raida. Still not enough to put him away, though. And
Oh,
Kusanagi,
no.
yes. Knowing that it was just out of range, gets the V trigger and whiff punish on the other side.
Oh, tricky stuff. I like the setup. A little bit too eager Beaver as Kusanagi gets jabbed to death. Yazdero nice and easy.
Yazdero showing no fear right there. Pressing buttons in response to the stand light kick. Of course, Yazdero didn't have an EX meter right there, right? So that's why Kusanagi felt pretty confident going forward. However, gets stuffed with that. Oh.
I definitely want to say that was a setup because he intentionally used V-Skill 1 after that follow-up, right? Okay.
The harassment coming out in that roundhouse is doing a lot of work now. Exactly. As soon as he starts establishing that space where he's getting pushed out after that stand light kick or the crouch medium kick, he's starting to use that roundhouse a bit more because Yazdero thinks he can take his turn back when he can't.
I think that was the first time we've actually seen the roundhouse clip like that. Man, air Tatsu going air to air, catching Yazdero where he shouldn't be.
Ooh, walking up a little bit too close.
Again, that's 3 for 3. With that air Tatsu from Kusanagi. Dashing up in his face, trying to check Kusanagi's reactions. Gets the crush counter roundhouse, big amount of damage incoming. Cancel into critical art. Oh boy, this is a tough one to call. Sakura no limits.
Okay. And then again, what we've seen from Kusanagi time after time in this matchup, just going with the throw, established it. And when you're in that scenario as the enemy, when you could just die to a stand light kick or a crouch medium kick, it's real tough to attack the throw in that scenario. And Kusanagi takes full advantage of it and defeats his opponent to move on to losers quarterfinals.
That's pretty impressive, I gotta say. That's that could have led to anything at that last moment, but the amount of damage that she puts out when it comes to V-Trigger 2 is phenomenal. This character hits like a truck. She could do the same exact stuff with V-Trigger 1. I've labbed it up myself and I've seen it firsthand in tournaments. It's pretty messed up, man. This character is I feel like I've only seen 2, right? So far it's Kusanagi and Nalvin. I've seen Chris CCH dabble with this character as well. But still, man, I want to see more like Sakura representation. She's pretty solid this season.
Yeah, I think she's great, and she's got that game where you could just play super grounded, play super footsie base with her normals. She's got good normals for sure. All the kicks seem to be doing a lot of work, especially up against his opponents. So well done from Kusanagi. He's going to be moving on in losers bracket most definitely, as you can see how it's all shaken up so far. We got Kusanagi versus Mono in losers quarterfinals, as you mentioned. But we got one more match of losers round 1 to go before we move on to that quarterfinals, and it's going to be DR Ray going up against MX Gus.
MX Gus, another representative from Mexico, Ciudad del Mexico, or Mexico, excuse me, it's Mexico City. Rocking that Colleen, by the way, very, very impressive Colleen at that. Running his way from losers, if I'm not mistaken, from top 16. Yes, eliminated Hermes Venatori, eliminated El Oscuro, and finds himself in a predicament, really. One of the Capcom Cup veterans, DR Ray, who's actually a physician. He's an actual doctor. That is correct. They mentioned that in the pre-show. He truly, indeed, is a doctor. But DR is Dominican Republic, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but that's the mix-up, right? That's, in fact, the mix-up. The fact that DR in front does represent his region, but you could also call him Dr. Ray and be accurate, my man. So that's just impressive stuff for sure. We got to know him a little bit at one of the Red Bull events a couple of years ago. Fantastic human being. Definitely very fun to be around. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to move on to losers quarterfinals to face his boy, Mena RD. Man, what rewards you get for getting past losers round 1, right? These quarterfinals guys that have dropped down into the losers bracket, very, very heavy hitters. So we're going to see it, but he has to get past MX Gus first, who is looking lethal on that Colleen himself.
I'm excited to see it. I want to see if DR Ray is going to shine with that Vega, or if he's going to be forced to play Ibuki. Again, Ibuki is one of the characters he picked up as soon as she was released, or not released, I'm sorry, the next season after 2016, if I'm not mistaken. He had a full year of Vega, started dabbling with Ibuki after Capcom Cup, his run at Capcom Cup, right? And started balancing both equally. And that's a pretty good, I guess, mix of characters to have under your belt to kind of cover certain matchups, right? So DRA, I'm sure he's gonna try it out with Vega first to kind of test the waters against MX Gus, but catch him slipping, you'll freeze to death.
Oh, except he's not gonna be starting with the Vega, despite Doomsnake's success. You can see and DRA being a longtime player of Vega. He's gonna start with the Ibuki.
Ibuki. All right. I like it. Here we go.
A lot of micro walks forward, trying to see what Gus is gonna present here. Beautiful buffer already, and then catches them reaching on the second time.
Ooh. Oh, he was ready for that escape option, but MX Gus still getting the best of that exchange. Reset, crouch strong, activation time off that target combo. Parabellum, keep him locked down. No anti-airs this time, but it's fine. Just jabbing away. Man, that extra extended range into that target combo. One more for stun. She's frozen.
Oh. Yeah, freeze for a little bit more damage, and Gus can be able to put enough damage out right here to take the first round. I mean, it all changes when she gets that V trigger too, man. That's when the game really starts up against Colleen.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a pretty huge comeback factor if you ask me. And that big old roundhouse to the dome. Set up shot with the ice. No, sir. Delay get up from DRA.
So DRA already found himself in a tough spot, but that V trigger could change the momentum.
Nice throw tech at the last second. Icicle step out. MX Gus in a great position right now to reset.
That definitely looked like a throw tech on Ray's part too. It looked like he wanted to go back and try to get out of that range to get a shimmy attempt going, but MX Gus able to start his offense now. And the V trigger's like, oh, beautiful cross up right there. Able to output enough damage again, following it with one more EX slice, and Gus taking the first game.
And that's the sequence where it actually doesn't tell you if it's cross up or not, I think. Because of the icicle. It doesn't actually say like the word cross up, I think.
Yeah, it didn't say cross up, so I can't be sure that it actually did, but either way, a very tough scenario to block. Oh, and DRA.
There are certain things that happen in the game where it ends up being cross up, but it doesn't show the words because it's not necessarily like a hit that's crossing you up. So it's kind of nasty. That's a kind of nasty setup, but it's a kind of nice.
Oh yeah, especially if you're the Colleen player, right? Good stuff from Gus. He's gonna be feeling confident going up against DRA further. However, we did go back to the lobby, so that could mean DRA bringing in the Vega off the bench, perhaps.
Man's about to change his name from MX Gus to MX Guess, bro.
Ooh.
The way he's been playing this Colleen mix-up city, it's all 50-50s.
I like that. All right, we're gonna see. Yeah, I mean, that V trigger 2 pops, man. She just has so much damage output, able to get in your face from full screen, force the tick scenarios, and then has the dirty icicle setups that you just saw MX Gus put to great use in that last round. So again, we're getting back into it. The match has loaded in. Who we getting, DRA? Who we getting, fam? It is the Vega. Okay, so the tried and true. That's what we all want to see, I think. So we're gonna see the character show out again and see if she's got some answers for the Colleen.
Round 1.
Gets to play from a further distance and kind of bully Colleen because Colleen's normals, again, she does have the range with fierces, back roundhouse, low medium kick as well, but I feel like Vega still can't outrange those normals and excel in the neutral. But so far being proven completely wrong by MX Gus.
Yeah, definitely. MX Gus already establishing a hefty life lead and gets the cross under to implement more damage.
Uh-oh, set up.
Nice block. And then catches him on the landing on the double jump, trying to treat him like a Majino hook sub. Not gonna happen.
Banned on site, huh?
Oh! Don't think you can do a damn thing, DRA. Sorry, friend. She's got ways to put pressure on you no matter where she's at on the screen.
Somebody check this man's pulse. Dr. Raymond. Oh, nice air-to-air contest the EX Vanity step. I like that. Jump medium kick, very, very far range as well. Checking with the forward fierces, but the V still comes out. How could you forget about the parry on the V skill? Or the armor, I should say.
That was a very funky crossover scenario that ended up being on the same side, and DRA is making that momentum pay off here. Another EX landed.
Oh, anti-airs there, DRA. Ooh, no! The parry, the EX parry at that. Coming through to fruition. The first time MX Gus has actually got that so far.
You can see he tried for another parry attempt on the landing of the EX wall dive. Ooh, not enough action on the
overhead!
pixel.
Just at the right distance. He knows. I mean, he's done it way too many times.
Yeah, these Vegas, they always save that overhead for the round-ending scenario, right? It's something that you have to really bring to the forefront of the mind. Nice EX parry for the jump in. Ooh,
that was super tricky. Did you see how he adjusted his where the character was with that jump medium punch in the air? Made it completely tricky to call.
Oh no, and he ends up getting a one-hit stun right here. Oh, but he doesn't complete the combo. Okay.
Drop City.
A lot of damage left on the table. Gus still with a hefty life lead though, so Ray's gonna have to do a lot of work. I love that. He kind of just shimmies at the bottom, goes forward for a second, and then goes right back to make you think he's crossing under, but stays in front.
Now it's all DRA's turn to shine, but puts himself in the corner, unfortunately. Oh, he was waiting for it! Yeah! I love those. That trade combo into the sweep. Good catch from DRA, but still at a life deficit. As cool as that was, Gus is, you know, full screen dashing up in your face.
Yeah, that's what Gus's prerogative is, man. He loves doing it, and he loves testing his opponents, right? Because they like to wiggle from full screen, thinking they can do something, maybe just put out buttons to make you second guess what you want to do in the neutral. But Colleen never has to do that. She just goes full screen pressure every time she's got that V-trigger available, and even when she doesn't, has a lot of ways to close the gap, as you saw there. So good stuff from Gus so far, going up 2-0, and we're going right back into it for DRA though. Oh, meeting in the middle.
Another parry. Getting a lot of these guesses in. Parabellum for Chip. EX Parabellum. He thought he had to confirm. No, sir.
Yeah, OB punishable there. Wow, just waiting with the buttons though, testing DRA.
Anti-air forward fierce. Okay. Got the Aurora spin edge. Catching him low. Hit. No, too far away.
Yeah, that was a very good idea to go with the parry. Does go with it again this time on the jump in attempt.
Oh, no anti-airs.
Backing right up, but this is the thing, right? Yeah, I was gonna say, Gus, you can't underestimate him from this distance. He can still get in your face. Yes, Icicle goes with the overhead. Nice V reversal, but no, not gonna be able to have him escape that situation. And now Gus, one round away from moving on.
I couldn't tell which hit first, the icicles or the overhead, because if the overhead was blocked and it was the last thing that hit Vega, DRA would have been eligible to punish that correctly. But if the timing of it all was just so close to each other. And now MX Gus, once again in a familiar situation, locking down DRA in this corner. Looking quite surgical himself.
Most definitely. Already the big life lead yet again. However, DRA now has the corner positioning. Backing off, yeah, knowing that she can close that distance. DRA staying in the air a lot as well. Trying to be ready with the air-to-airs just in case she comes with the vanity step. Also trying to avoid those dashes on the ground.
Oh. Yeah, these straight hits aren't leading to a lot. Big sweep, big gamble.
DRA using the EX. Claw is away though, so the command throw is a threat. However, just going with a safe option, the back throw, right? It was enough damage, and in case he jumped out, he would have an answer anyway. Smart stuff from Ray.
Very tricky to defend against. Great anti-air roundhouse there from DRA. Switching off to claw off stance, trying to be a little bit more compact with the strikes. He gets to try to close the gap. Gets caught with the icicle mid-formation.
Gets a punish on the roll. Universal, look at that, just walking him down though. Good buffer right there.
Checking with the medium punches, getting the throw this time around. Dashes up. MX Gus decides to back out of there. Raw activation. Oh, that was a huge exchange for Gus. Getting himself out of the corner and the damage as well, allowing himself a little bit more space to breathe. But the V-trigger 2 is winding down. Big fierce. It was coming sooner or later.
Ooh, all right, jumps the in though, and then chases down the jump back with the EX wall dive. Great stuff from Ray. Nice air-to-air response right there. Again, you can see it. Ray has been so good at that. Really just moving slightly to make you think you're going to end up on one side and you land on the opposite. It's very, very difficult to figure out which side you're going to land on up against this guy. He's just an expert at maneuvering on the ground.
On top of having that kind of walk speed on Vega, it's just so hard to determine what side you could even block on. I don't even know if you could mash out anything as Colleen, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's going to be really, really tough for her to defend against. But either way, it's I believe it's 2-1 on the side of MX Gus.
Yes, that is correct. Well, Gus, okay, starting to utilize that overhead a bit more early, make him think about it as the game progresses.
Another parry as an anti-air. I like it. Great block on the side of DRA. We saw that adjustment earlier. MX Gus got clipped instead, actually. Excuse me. Let me fix myself.
And now Ray again, just utilizing that claw off stance a lot of the time. Ooh, it might have been an empty jump throw attempt right there, but Gus instead interrupting that as he lands. Trigger activation off the normal. I love that too. After the crouch medium kick, Gus has shown that he's just willing to block, so instead he goes with the throw, trying to switch the game up.
A lot more active in the air. He does not want to get clipped full screen by any sort of dashes just like that. Yes, sir. Good blocks from DRA. But that fierce from what? half court?
The Trey Young fierce? Yes, sir.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that dashes are up.
Not the normal. That is gonna drop us so far.
It's a quiet punish to throw attempt and a great block in the overhead. But again, that overhead leaves him at a distance to where it's very hard to press buttons, light buttons, I should say, back. So instead, he gets punished for that attempt.
No light punches here. Too far out.
You can see Gus a little bit more hesitant on his approach this time around.
Okay, with the icicle set up, delayed, crouch strong, got the counter hit jab, but decided to dash up and test DRA. Anti-air wall dive, yes sir. Got the claw follow-up, getting a forward throw now. Sky high, in your face.
However, now the game changes. V-Trigger 2 activation, great block. Oh, but it's not your turn. The fierce again from half court. Oh, and then he tries to neutral jump, maybe combat her in the air, but instead only finds the birds. And I'm sorry, friend, that means a stun.
Final round. Fight.
All tied up here in this. I think it's match point. Yeah, match point for MX Gus, excuse me.
Yes, indeed, set point for MX Gus.
Zuno drop, following up with low medium kick, trying to check if Gus is trying to move backward. But still in this corner, nice exchange there. DRA gets to contain this momentum, but spoke a little bit too much on that one. He's out of the corner.
When he finally does go with a proper cross under this time, I love this from Ray. However, Gus using that slice to get out of the corner and then using that V-Trigger 2 dash, the last bit of it to get right back into the corner to put some pressure on Ray.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yes. Trying to catch wake-up buttons with that parry, instead gets punished, and Ray ties the set up 2-2.
Vega wins.
I like that read or that call out from DRA. Just did wake up stance switch in front of Colleen, where Gus just committed to the parry instead. Reads on reads. That's what I like to see. That was pretty cool. You rarely ever get to see that kind of exchange ever.
DRA now bouncing back, not going quietly into the night. I mean, he's one of the best Street Fighter V players in the world, has been representing the Dominican Republic for a very long time, has traveled for the game, has been as much of a threat as he is online, offline. So no surprise that a player with his experience and his talent has made it a real set, and we are forced into a final game.
As we go to the back of the queue, the players are taking some time to kind of readjust. As it's gone down to the wire so far, I'm really digging the adjustments here from DRA. A lot more cognizant of when Gus wants to move forward with that V-Trigger 2. As soon as it's activated, you see how much he's taking to the skies and how active he is airborne. That's a pretty good note to keep track of. Now I want to see what MX Gus does to kind of deter that, right? Is he going to stay full screen as soon as he sees DRA going airborne, or is he going to start to walk forward and force these airs and anti-air within range, right? I'm kind of curious to see how he's going to do against DRA's new strategy.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because now the ball, in terms of adjustments, is definitely in his core. We've seen Ray being able to counter a lot of the game plan that Colleen brings. And because of that, we got to see Gus try to bounce back and make some adjustments of his own. Whether that be, try to take to the air more with the vanity step and try to meet him in that middle for some air-to-air trades, or just maybe dash up and try to catch some of these neutral jump buttons that he's coming down with like a parry or an anti-air.
Fight.
Oh, yeah. Big anti-air roundhouse. He tried to go for a mix-up there. Still, throw.
Yeah, but
Excuse me.
Nice punish on the side. Ooh, he is ready with these anti-airs now, though. Good stuff from Ray. You see Gus, I think that's part of his adjustments, right? Is the fact that he's trying to kind of get in the air before Ray is, but right now Ray with a great air-to-air on top of that.
And look at the aggression after that V-trigger is active. So far away, those little extra ranges on the ice hands. That's what I'm talking about. The target combo makes it so much more effective. Punish on the V's reversal. Oh, he missed the stun opportunity. Here comes DRA.
Yeah, it's a big drop from Gus. Not cashing out on the stun right there is going to give Ray a huge chance. Oh, backdash the command throw. Hard call out from Gus right there. And he puts himself back on set point.
How did he know? How did he know?
Oh, and now this time
Jump Superman punch. I like that.
Great cross under once again from Ray. Yeah, you can see Ray's been a bit active on these situations where he's left standing, and Gus has just been disciplined. He's just been going with stuff that's going to make sure it gets counter hit anytime he does that. And then the empty low this time. Going to cash out for the stun. Will this be it?
Oh, and he resets it just to make sure. The dirty stuff. He gave him the MX guest specialty. Gus moving on to the losers, eliminating DRA. One of the favorites in the pre-show.
Yeah, definitely eliminating DRA. Obviously, I mean, not just in the pre-show, right? I think everybody watching definitely has DRA as one of those players that's going into the top 3, if not trying to take the whole thing. So great upset by Gus. And we said his Colleen has been very, very real this whole time. So no surprise as well if you've been paying attention to top 16, just how talented this man is on top of everything else. So good stuff to Gus. Is going to be moving on, and his reward is to face, I believe, Mena RD in losers quarterfinals. So good luck, my friend. As you can see, the way the top 8 has been broken down so far. We got Kaba and Doomstake sitting pretty in winners finals, and we got Mono versus Kusanagi in quarterfinals, one half, and then the other half, Mena RD versus MX Gus. Man, incredible gameplay we've already seen from Central America. I mean, it's just these top 8s for these CPT online regional events have never disappointed in terms of how elite this gameplay has been. So great stuff to Central America representing once more. And we are going to be right back. Please do not go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break before we get to these losers quarterfinals matches, which are sure to be barn burners as well. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be right back.
Beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel.
The strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken! Resurrection!
have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whip up! That's it!
Terrific wing!
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour for the Central America qualifiers. My name is Vicious, here with my man Ringe, and we've been going through the top 8, and what a top 8 it's been so far. If you guys have missed it up until this point, we highly encourage you guys to check out the VODs, even the top 16 and the pre-show, because these things have been unpredictable through and through. We've had Mena RD and Kaba to start the show. We had Doomsnake and Mono, and we see in the winners finals, Kaba versus Doomsnake. We can't wait to see it, but we have to go to the losers quarterfinals with Mono and Kusanagi, as well as Mena RD versus MX Gus.
Indeed. Y'all know how we get down here. We're going to handle the losers quarterfinals before that winners finals, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. And we're going to see Mono, who went with primarily the Fong up in his winners bracket match, did switch to the set at the end. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done going up against Kusanagi, who has looked lethal on that Sakura, just been an incredible participant so far. So we're going to see if he is able to continue that momentum and try to get into loser semifinals to get ever closer to that first place spot and qualify for Capcom Cup.
So as we queue up for this match, Mono versus Kusanagi, without a doubt in my mind, I think Mono is going to be using that Fong to kind of test the waters against the likes of Kusanagi. We saw what Kusanagi is capable of with that Sakura, right? Looked a little shaky earlier in the top 16 part of the bracket where he was sitting on winner's side, used Sakura against Kaba's Guile, fell 2-0, but since then has been demolishing the competition. Went through Berlio the Evil with that Kage, 2-0, and now 3-0 over Yazdero from losers round 1 with that Sakura. I'm kind of curious to see how much Sakura practice does Mono really have.
Yeah, right. Definitely. I mean, obviously still a pretty new character, relatively new character, especially considering that Mono is a Fong player, right? One of the original characters of the game. And Mono has been playing him since the launch of the game. So he's very used to all these nuanced scenarios and playing these bad matchups. But as you mentioned, Sakura is still, it's hard to judge without really talking to Mono himself, how much experience he has against the character. And again, Kusanagi does play it in a very heavy Karen style. So I want to see if Mono can maybe transfer some of that matchup experience to playing against the Sakura and see if he's ready for it. But yeah, I think on paper, Fong should do okay in my mind, but let's see. I'm sure Mono is going to at least start with his tried and true, and Kusanagi will have to combat it with that Sakura.
So for the most part, we're going to see Mono kind of playing that keep away style. Or actually, no, let me take that back. Since his top 16 performance, he's been playing mildly aggressive with those normals, right? To kind of check what the other player's all about at first, and then, if necessary, resorts to the projectiles, the trap game.
Yes, indeed.
Round 1.
All right.
Fight.
Yeah, I love this already. Kusanagi is going to establish the fireball game. He's like, if you want to set up shop, that's fine. I'm just going to make sure that I get the trades in where I can. Take this poison damage, trade it for some chips, some gray life. Either way, always trying to be optimal.
And it's important to note that while she's full screen, she gets to charge up the fireball, giving it extra durability to traverse past the Ryobenda traps, right? But if this time, you are going to eat the Nisha Qs, right? The extra fireballs coming airborne.
Precisely.
That was ambiguous. That was unfortunate. Gets the opening. No reversal here. Gets thrown instead for your troubles.
Yeah, I caught Mono doing something right there. You saw the counter hit. It looked like he ended up crossing himself up because of that.
Yeah, forced the block on that one. Extra durability on that charge fireball, like I mentioned. Being able to change it up. This fireball game is going a lot in Sakura's favor. We have to see Mono now close the gap as he is in the life deficit. No poison has really taken the life out of Kusanagi so far.
Yeah, that's why he's pulling the sleeves back, man. He's got to get his hands dirty. Does get the coward crouch. Oh, and the counter hit afterwards. Hear the glass break, but that leaves an activation open. Nice juggle conversion.
Did you see the patience on Mono, knowing full well the trap was going to hit on the other side?
Charge the fireball again. Yeah, getting rid of that poison cloud.
Oh, he could have had the conversion. He dropped it ever so slightly. You can actually get that. The 2 jabs into the stand short. That could have worked out, but just a slight mishap on the side of Kusanagi, allowing Mono to get round 1. Back to the fireballs immediately, unfazed, trying to get that victory back.
Oh, yeah, and clean punish from Mono. Very much ready for that. Oh, and he was ready for the EXDP on Wake Up again. It seems like Kusanagi has that tendency. Doesn't really go for much EXDP in the first round, but second round, first knockdown, he likes to pull it out.
A lot more aggressive play here from Kusanagi. As soon as he gets that knockdown too, gets the counter hit, stand, medium punch, obstacle for the throw instead to close the gap. Stays on the same side, yes, then he goes for the side switch, but Mono gets caught after that block into the throw. Nisha Q activation, he's pretty angry.
Yeah, and the poison balls are bouncing, but immediately dissipated.
Ooh. No overhead! You had to see it coming. You had to see it coming.
Did you say no overhead right there? Just rolled into one word.
Yeah, because I knew it was there, dude. The forward throw into the overhead, that's the classic. We saw that so many times in the previous round, right? Or the previous game. The no overhead.
It's true.
La cabeza. You gotta stab block that.
Oh, nice. Utilization of the slide right there. He knew he was going to want to respond with the EX Fireball, try to combat that full screen projectile game, but now we got a crush counter from Kusanagi, and of course he's going to convert off that Fireball. A little bit too early on the throw attempt. And now throw attempts on point for Mono as he locked in this corner, and he had the range of Fong, just so good at locking his opponent down here. But we talk about range, that light kick coming out nice and heavy. Look at that quarter carry from Sakura. Oh, and the dash and dash out. Catches you reaching, and Kusanagi be teaching. We already talked about that. He's been at this for a long time when it comes to high-level fighting gameplay.
El Professor Kusanagi definitely teaching the lessons of Throw Bait 101. Hopping in and out, introduce yourself to my fists. Pretty solid play there from Kusanagi getting game 1. I like that. This guy is ridiculously fast.
I'm always a fan of when you get the shimmy by going dash in and then dash out. Whew. Whew.
Sakura is definitely the character to get away with it, honestly. Her dash is pretty quick.
Fight.
Covers a good amount of space, too. Look at that! Out of there! In and out, dude.
Yeah, but I really like Kusanagi kind of playing a little bit more hit and run with the Sakura this time around, right? Content to throw fireballs from full screen and then kind of dash in, try to change up the rhythm, catch Mono off guard.
Oh. Good call out there on the fireball. But to no avail, that stand short. So good. A great bufferable normal. was huge damage. Yes, sir. Stand medium punch into the back, Fierce. Whew.
And yeah, we got the stun city for Kusanagi. Really just running roughshot this whole round. And the EXDP, well calculated, my friend. Just enough to put Mono down.
Round 2.
He's a math hunter, huh? I see you. I see you.
Really charge fireball. And yes, I love him following it up with a V skill for the damage. Oh my goodness, Kusanagi so aggressive here, but the wake up jab is gonna catch a break.
Excellent V reversal to use against the counter crouch kicks, right? Doesn't want to be stuck in that plus frame scenario where he's stuck there for a cool minute because Mono does that time after time after time to test. Full screen conversion off the command dash and the fireballs. I like it. Stuck in this corner, trying to get the mix-ups going. Get the throw. Look at the damage so far.
Mix-ups plus frames is all in Mono's favor until then. A little bit misspaced on that attempt. And Kusanagi taking full advantage of it and taking a 2-0 lead. Man, it was all going so well for Mono in that instance, but we talked about it, right? When you are facing players of this caliber, one mistake is going to be huge, right? So they're always going to take those opportunities that they're given and maximize the efficiency given. So well done from Kusanagi, able to take a 2-0 lead here and put himself in prime position to move on.
Making sure to spend the meter where it counts as well. You saw EX on both sides of those victories on those rounds, right? Sakura is definitely one of those characters that needs to expend that meter to get all that maximum damage. Something that's very obvious, but something to keep note is this: his meter management is what I was leading to. Kusanagi just does very well when it comes to meter management.
Ooh, trying to get caught reaching right there, but good thoughts from Mono. Not gonna let him do that, and gets behind that stand light punch. Ooh, was winding up with that toss, who actually caught him flinching because of it, and now he's gonna be activating the V-trigger and falling all the way to the corner. Throw. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful if you're Mono. A back throw would have stunned, but instead he actually does manage to get out without it happening. Ooh, nice chase down.
EX sleeves. You to follow through. No, the stand short. EX fireball again. The meter management of Kusanagi. When to show him and when to fold him. That's what I'm talking about. He's so effective with his meter.
And I just love the discipline right there. You saw the throw bait attempt from Mono, not biting whatsoever. And once he gets into that range where he walks back a bit, brings out the stand light kick, because at that point, you're going to walk forward into it. I mean, just expert play from Kusanagi. Oh, and then a throw bait attempt successful on his side. Oh,
yes, sir.
Yeah,
that is.
Put him back into the corner.
That was beautifully done, by the way. No V reversals left. Not yet, anyway. On the side of Kusanagi, that poison is winding down. That short could have been a huge amount of damage, but no meter on the side of Kusanagi during that time.
Oh, Mono, that's what I'm talking about. Coward crouch right under that light punch and then making him pay for it. He's not going down quietly.
Ooh. There's the charged up fireball. That's his point of entry here. Gets a full conversion. After the dive kick at that. And I like him opting to go for that, the Tatsu afterwards, the safe version at that.
Definitely. It's a good look too, because he's going with the one that's safe but also that has a significant startup, right? So it gives Mono that false hope, that gap that he thinks he can press buttons in, but instead it actually just gets counter hit.
Backing away, but I think this is going to be doing more good for Mono as the poison is still active against the likes of Kusanagi. Closing the gap once more. Frame Trap City. Jump. Roundhouse catches Mono jumping forward, throw into this corner. Check with the roundhouse. The sleeves catches again.
Ooh, gets the cross up. You can see the counter hit as well. Kusanagi was trying to press something to make his way out of that scenario. He is fully loaded though. He's gonna pop the V-trigger raw.
Oh, and it's stunned. Mono lives to fight another game. That could have been lights out. The Kusanagi just getting stuffed immediately after that V-trigger activation. Did you see how much resources he had? That could have been a one-touch kill either way.
Yeah, absolutely, right. He had more than enough resources available to even go past the amount of life that he needed to get that W. However, Mono is bouncing back. That's what I like to see. Make this a real set, my friend. I mean, I don't think Kusanagi is going to be switching here. He's been playing so well on the Sakura, maybe just taking a time to breathe, gather some data that he has had now from Fong, because that was 3 games and he's already got 2 Ws. So he just needs that those adjustments to squeak out one more.
Big jump in roundhouse, just caught Mono crouching for some reason. And in and out of that range again with the throw bait. Big time punish, close to stun. Oh no, he gets it. Side switch with the Tatsu. You already know, spend that cash. Drop the rest of it. It doesn't matter what your name is. Throws him down once more for the meter build and the perfect.
Yeah, essentially an 18-second round right there. 99 to 81, made quick work, and the double dash, looking to keep up that momentum and aggression. However, Mono gonna not let him do that for free, and he actually baits out the EXDP successfully. And gets the crush counter reset. Okay, back throw it. Oh, this ain't gonna be a perfect, but it might as well be because it was a faster round than the first one. Holy smokes!
Do we count that as a hood perfect because he blocked?
I mean, I think he got hit by something once, but I mean, you can count it. I'll tally it up, tally it up.
Oh, we'll definitely count those. Ugh.
All right, forward throw on the other side now. A little bit slower pace to this one, but Kusanagi definitely finding his comfort zone. Oh, the double dash past the poisons.
Man's traversing the track. I see you. Sliding and drifting past all these traps. Kusanagi playing cat and mouse once again against this Fong. That is Mono PR. But still got a deficit. What?
You know, anti-air attempt. Does get the fireball again. Just Mono trying to take his turn back a little bit too quickly. Sakura's got so many ways to delay her strings and just kind of throw you off your rhythm.
This is dangerous. See a rock. Kusanagi activation into V-Trigger 2. Who knows? Oh, not unless Mono has something to say about it. There's the activation, but there's still a fireball left from Fong's V-Trigger 2.
Indeed, the fireball charge actually goes to the real Benda and he gets another throw. Oh, and Kusanagi with a tick throw to move on. 3-1 over Mono. Incredible Sakura play. Just solid all the way through. So good stuff to him. He's going to be moving on to losers semifinals. Top 4 position, but we all know he's after that top 1.
Let me take a look at the bracket real quick. As close as that was, man, that could have led to any sort of option because of that follow-up after the fireball, right? While in V-Trigger 2, he charged up the fireball well, got past any projectiles, moved forward, and he kind of initiated with that stand strong, right? Kind of kept him in check to make sure he wasn't pressing a button, saw that information, threw him, moving him into that loser semifinals as you see into the bracket. But we still have Mena RD versus MX Gus to go through. The action does not stop. High octane all the way through and through. And Mena RD, again, being in the losers quarterfinals through the likes of Kaba, his training partner for life, going down 3-0. It's going to be quite the climb, I must say.
Yeah, we saw Gus able to clutch it out up against DRA, right? We saw him take a quick 2-0 lead. DRA did bring it back, made it a real set, forced the game 5. However, Gus was able to clutch it out. And it was really on the back of, I think, him making sure that he stayed nice and compact when it came to the pressure up against DRA, right? A lot of the time, of course, Colleen can kind of leave you standing at the end of combos via the Parabellum, and always Gus was ready. He didn't get greedy. He didn't try to walk up throw. He didn't try to walk up throw bait. It was just a lot of light buns and medium buns to make sure that if you tried to move, you were going to get hit, even if it was for a little bit of damage. So I like to see Gus just staying disciplined with that style. However, he's going up against a former Capcom Cup champion now, and Mena RD is a whole different monster in and of his own right.
But is he a different animal and the same beast, Rinch?
Could be. He could be. It depends on what you classify Birdie as. Is he a monster? Is he an animal?
I know Vaya is watching this broadcast. He definitely knows the answer to that. He definitely knows the answer to that. Either way, we have Mena RD versus MX Gus. Here we go, 3 out of 5, as you already know. Losers quarterfinals is underway. It's going to be Birdie versus Colleen.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna see. Oh man, I can't wait. I just love watching Mena RD's birdie, bro. The violence that this character brings. It's one of those characters that I just feel like every single hit, you feel it in your soul. I feel like my body reverberating every time you see a hit. Not even just a crush counter, just a single hits alone do so much work with birdie. I think they did a great job, honestly, making him feel that impactful. So we're going to see it, but I really like Colleen as well, right? We talked about how her V-Trigger 2 has just made her such a strong character. It's really been that way since Jump. However, we're not going to see the birdie. We are going to see the Sakura as you do the people's eyebrow. I am very confused as well.
What? What? Let me, what?
Round 1.
I got to do the smug zoom in. What? Okay, so we have Sakura on the side of Mena RD. We'll see if this choice pays off. I personally have not seen it, but no doubt in my mind, he's picked this character for a reason. Capcom Cup champ going up against MX Gus.
Ooh, you can see it right there. Easy punishes on the Parabellums because of the Sand Light Kick range, but meeting up again, right? We talked about it. Gus really just likes his meaties. He doesn't try to get too greedy with throws or shimmy attempts.
Oh, no.
This time, Gus the one that gets caught
The
reaching.
damage! Oh, wait a minute! Did you see the parry? Was that the airborne parry? What happened?
I'm not sure. I did see the EX parry start up, but man, the Tatsu just able to completely counter it.
Okay. So I think that was the anti-air parry. We saw Colleen swipe up, right?
Okay.
She was trying to tune into the stream via Instagram, but she was trying to swipe up, but Sakura's Tatsu was definitely hitting me.
Yes, indeed. Grounded Tatsu right there. What a bait by Mena RD though, right? Just using that to kind of act as a pseudo throw bait and then also beating the parry attempt. Like, wow.
Yo, I'm liking this Sakura from Mena RD. Showing how much practice he puts into the game. Being able to pick characters on a whim and show off to the world. But MX Gus still ice in his veins, keeping it calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, and we just see that talent that Colleen has, right? When she got that enhanced V-Trigger dash, able to get you across under from very far away. Lost up. Yeah, I don't think Mena was actually expecting a hit right there, so he just goes with the throw instead. Oh, yeah, the man said to go through the fireball. And again, the meaty can't finish the job, though. Oh, no, that's full critical R for Mena, but he's going to have to save it for the next round as, again, Gus just stays persistent with the normals and takes a round.
You know, up here, great adaptation so far from MX Gus. Sticking to his game plan, but Mena RD catching him slipping on ice, dashing up, getting that stand short to start all this business. Yes, sir! Air-to-air jump medium punch connecting with that Tatsu as well. You can cancel that mid-air.
Yeah, the meaty split kicks, that's plus, baby. Can't be doing nothing after that. That's why you saw Gus get counter hit. Oh. Yeah, actually got the punish on the other side. Not expecting to, though. No follow-up with the DP this time. Yes, okay. I love Mena going with that. And then you saw the EX parry get thrown. Oh, gets thrown in. Mena RD. Triple platinum this time. Takes the first game.
Sakura.
Not once, not twice, but thrice. Good call-outs from Mena RD. And you saw the parry come out from the side of MX Gus this time around. And you can't tell me otherwise. I definitely saw her swipe at least to the left this time. She declined it. She was not interested, okay?
Man, incredible stuff right there from Mena. That was sick, brother. That was so sick. And yeah, MX Gus gonna take a minute. I would take a minute too after getting thrown 3 times in a row and being hard called out like that. You know, you got to switch up the game plan a bit. But we see Mena is very ready for this Colleen matchup. You can see as soon as he gets that V-Trigger, we're seeing a lot more neutral jumps, doing these things to prevent him from just dashing from full screen and punishing. Very good stuff as we're gonna get back into it.
Man, I'm actually just super impressed with the way Mena RD is playing, showing what Sakura is capable of and having the right reads right off the bat too, from studying MX Gus from previous games in general. He hasn't even fought up against MX Gus, right?
No.
So just having watched how MX Gus wants to play, he's already figured out that strategy, that game plan, which is pretty important. A lot of players on Twitter are just talking about there's a difference between doing nothing and waiting for your opponent, right? Like you have to have a game plan or else you're going to fail. You're going to falter. If you're not as offensive, if you're not pushing your game plan to fruition, then you're going to fall to the opponent's game plan and have to suffer to the mix-ups, the guessing. You have to establish this dominance, and Mena RD has done a great job of doing that.
I think Sakura is a great pick in this instance just because he's really playing on Colleen's strengths and using them against her, and I really love seeing that type of gameplay. And with Sakura, you can kind of just focus on your fundamental game plan, right? She's not too complicated, she's got good tools, and because of that, it just allows you to dedicate all that brain power to what your opponent's going to be doing. Saw the throw attempt come out, but no punish on the side of Mena. There we go again, the sand liking into the DP. Now we got the forward throw on top of that. Oh, tried it again. Nice anti-air this time coming out from MX Gus, and back throw.
Okay. Oh, I thought he was gonna do it again. And so Mena RD.
Oh, no. Try to catch him reacting to the dash right there by going with the slice after dashing. Oh, the call outs. Knew that he would go for the parry because of the plus frames. Oh, he wanted one more throw. He wanted the triple platinum again, but no, sir. Gus can make him work for it a little bit harder.
Oh no, he made him. Oh, he delayed the mixtape. No triple platinum indeed. MX Gus with a full-on punish against the EX uppercut. I think, again, that situation, Mena was just trying to get out of the Icicle's way. He was just going for the EX uppercut to just get out of that situation. But MX Gus was fully aware of how much recovery it has, went for the full-on punish and succeeded.
And yeah, you gotta think about it from that range, the bandy step. However, he wasn't thinking about the wake up EX DP. So back to the neutral we go. Again, great usage of the fireball from Mena, right? Still not scared to use it, especially at that range, because the vanity step's gonna bring him back and let him recover before he actually gets punished for it.
Ooh,
yeah, because he committed to the Parabellum, allowed for a punish once he landed. Oh, the activation gonna blow through that. Another EX DP.
Zero fear from Mena RD, and just at the right space to throw that fireball. MX Gus tried to get a punish, but too far away. Ooh.
Waking up with a neutral jump, just waits till he lands and gets another one. Tries to go low with the vanity step that time, but Mena's not gonna let him have anything. Tries for the overhead. Ooh, doesn't even try to take his turn back afterwards.
Ooh. Got another throw. Man, this man's got a lot of throws throughout this entire set. That's the most I've seen so far in a top 8, man. Just from this game alone. And again, Mena RD's choices to fireball at the right time, at the right spacing, has really paid off against the likes of MX Gus. Just hasn't found a solid answer. Even when he punished one of them, it didn't deter Mena RD from throwing these fireballs. But here we go.
Yeah, the throw game for Sakura very, very strong here. Another wake up neutral jump. You can see, wow, the block stun was a little bit too much from that jump roundhouse to allow for the throw to happen.
Ooh.
Got the dash, and now we're going to continue to apply this pressure. Nice anti-air. That's like the back throw again, just making sure that he establishes the throw game heavily. You know that's going to pay off in a big way with a counter hit eventually. Look at this.
All that space just sitting and blocking that fire. Oh, no way. Okay, not enough hit stun on that one.
Yeah, Mena RD saw the dash come out right. He tried to just go light kick directly into Super, but because it traded, it allowed for Gus to block successfully. And now it's actually 1-up here. Great turnaround from Gus.
Whew.
I really do like that idea
right
from Mena.
Yeah. Which idea? Go ahead, Ringe. It's your turn this time.
I literally said what happened.
Oh, I was going to say, again, I really approve the use of the overhead at that last moment from MX Gus, really throwing in the wrenches to kind of force Mena RD to guess whether it's going to be low, the overhead, just throwing those in there still with confidence. Because that could have been the round taken away from him if it was blocked, right?
Yes, absolutely. So I see Mena try to establish that lead, but great stuff from Gus going with the air, allowed him to switch sides. Everything is evil with the STO. A low forward as well, just harassing. It is almost on block, and then we got the EX parry for the anti-air. Oh, everything is evil again.
Ooh. And the fireball. Yes, Vanity stepped through with the punch follow-up. To get past the fireballs, that's the answer so far that MX Gus has found. Yes, sir. Oh, rock bottom.
And that's the thing, right, is that because of Gus kind of establishing that vanity step early, you can see Mena has been throwing fireballs at these longer ranges. However, because he chased down in that instance, because he was at a life deficit, MX Gus felt comfortable enough to use the vanity step again to blow it up.
Ooh, ooh. Big confirm off that stand medium punch from Mena RD. All the way down. caught him with the target combo. Nice work from MX Gus. Now controlling this corner. MinRD fighting away with that roundhouse just at the right range. Chasing down after the fireball. Switching sides as well. Vanity Step. EX Vanity Step blocked successfully from MinRD in the throw tech.
Back to this long-range neutral game that these two characters play. Good stuff from Mana this time. Oh, yeah, look at this. She can just go to the other side and then get right back in your face. However, he's stopping that in an instant with the EXDP.
Really finding the right time to use that activation. You know it. Make yourself safe after that sweep. Very common. Big jump in, and that's a big round. Critical roll there off that V skill 2 to continue it. Nice work, MinRD. Good conversion.
Yeah, absolutely. Now again, we are 1 up here, so whoever wins this next round establishes that set lead, gets 1 game away from moving on. Wow, that was a crazy whiff punish from MX Gus.
MinRD switching it up between fireballs and chasing down with the dashes. MX Gus completely ready for that anti-air. Vanity Step at the right ranges. He's finally found his rhythm, getting past the fireballs.
And then again, I like that. Taking the plus strong into the throw. Doesn't want to get caught with a counter hit. Oh! Trying to chase him down, not give him any breathing room. I like that. Follow with the V skill and the DP in the corner here. The backdash and throw was a hard call out, but it's not going to let you escape, my friend.
Not enough for stun. One more touch will do it. MinRD going for the Tatsu throw bait, but there was the parry on the side of Gus that causes him to falter.
He did it again, fam. He did it again. Has him in the corner. You get 1 guess remaining. Just a slight hezzy into the Tatsu. Beautiful from MinRD, bro. Blowing up every single option that Gus wants to do. The confidence, this is a Capcom Cup champion, so no surprise he has that confidence in his reads, and then he takes a 2-1 lead with that.
Whoo-wee. That's the second time, man.
Yeah.
Second time.
Now, if you're Gus, you definitely got to keep that in the back of your mind. But it's hard, right? Because we say you got to keep that in the back of your mind. But those scenarios happen when you're at the point where you're going to die. So there's so much of the round that has already been played up to that point and so much information you've processed just up until that point that it's very hard to make sure you keep that in the forefront. So we just see MinRD bringing it out again, exposing what he has going on in his mind beautifully. Man, MinRD, brother.
While he has this lead, it's going to be kind of tough for MX Gus to adapt and see how MinRD has been going back and forth between that fireball style game and how he's been pressuring in the corner, because it could be a plethora of normals with frame traps. It could be the throws, the back-to-back throws, considering how fast Stalker can walk up into your face and get those off. MX Gus, again, has had some success getting out of the corner, but it's still not enough. He keeps getting chased down time after time. I want to see what he's going to present now that he's on almost his last leg, really.
Yeah, exactly. He has to win here, right? He has to win 2 straight to progress into loser semifinals because he got MinRD up 2-1 at this point. And yeah, no surprise here. We've seen Gus stick with the Colleen. He's going to stick with it here when his life's on the line. And interesting, I feel like MinRD is definitely getting this Sakura warmed up just in case he does get all the way to Kaba again. Maybe a character that he wants to use rather than Birdie in this matchup. And he's looking nasty on it, man. I definitely love it.
It's refreshing to see MinRD still grinding it out with so many other characters as well, too, just to show how strong he is as a player.
And look at that. It's going to allow for such an easy Parabellum punish every single time. And you can see harassing with her light kick into the roundhouse. There's so many ways to answer that range that Colleen usually can excel at with a Fierce, especially when she gets that V-trigger too. But up against Sakura, she has to be careful 100% of the time. Nice.
Ooh.
Good damage. Going to apply the freeze property as well. You can see some stun building. It's going to be frozen there until MX Gus gets hit.
Tried to go for the full screen, crouch short. No, sir. And the freeze is gone.
Indeed.
Oh, big time punish. Just at the right range for MinRD to catch MX Gus slipping on the ice.
Yeah, I love him. He didn't even go with a light punish, right? He started off with a stand medium punch, knowing the frame data. Tries to throw the parry. They just both whiff on each other.
Ooh, catch him with the air grab, but still stuck in this corner. Menardi backs off with the backdash, but still, oh, he caught him with the sweep. Caught him standing.
The legs have been exposed, and now MetaRD on set point. And charging up the fireball, knowing that he has the liberty to go in after that. And he's really done a great job of switching his rhythm up enough to now make a Gus second guess when he can do vanity steps. However, the wake up button is going to work out.
Oh,
that was a great job by MetaRD right there. You saw he was just walking back. That's one of Colleen's weaknesses, right? She doesn't have great lows. The low forward is plus on block, but it doesn't leave her a lead into too much on hit.
Catching that V reversal just at the right time too, because that fireball just leaves her at a great space to do so easily.
Yeah, you can see now he's trying to harass with the low forward a little bit now, seeing that MetaRD is willing to walk back on this pressure.
Oh. And immediately after that meaty pressure, MF Gus opts a backdash. MetaRD should have seen that. That's the second time he's done that, but still Gus gets the opening this time. No anti-air.
Yeah, it looked like he was walking back to exactly do that, right? Keep him locked in the corner if he jumped out. However, there was no anti-air there.
And just backing away. MetaRD's taking to the skies a lot more frequently this time around because of the fact that V-Trigger 2 is active in and out of the ranges. No chasing down the Ice Skull. Runs into the fireball instead.
Yeah, but he got with another throw bait on that Tatsu, but of course not going to see anything else.
Ooh,
and
a
there
nice
it is,
tick
Meta.
throw to ceiling. MetaRD, yes sir, eliminating MX Gus with an impressive Sakura win, 3-1. This guy can do it all. He's proven it.
Yeah, and Gus realized a little bit too late that MetaRD was primarily using just the walk back for his defensive pressure, right? He kept trying to get the big combos with the crouch strong, which does not hit low. And because of that, Meta just felt comfortable continuously holding that back. But because of that, we're going to see MetaRD move on into loser semifinals to be going up against Kusanagi in a little bit. Great stuff from all of our participants, though.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I am speaking way too far ahead of myself. Kusanagi's got to go through Mono first. I forgot. Oh, no, I'm right. I was reading our chat. I was wrong. Okay. I'm good. I was good in the meantime. I thought we were not going to break, but we are going to break. But we're going to look at this bracket. We got Kaba and Doomsday in winners finals. That's going to be the set that's coming up next once we get back from the break. But of course, you see that loser semifinals. As I said in the first place, it's going to be Kusanagi versus MetaRD. Going to be an incredible set so far. And are we actually going to get the Sakura mirror now that Meta actually pulled that out?
Wait, I would love that, Ringe. I would love to see it.
All right, we're going to have to wait to see it, Vicious, because we're going to take a quick commercial break. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighter so far. We'll be back with winners finals and then the loser semifinals. Please do not go anywhere as we wrap up Central America 1 for CPT.
My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor. Time to return to harmony. Seraphic wing! My perfection does not require any training.
Pseudo-personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain. Dawn Unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dawn Unit 0. Activate.
Well, Jordan, who is a piece of junk?
Install.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
We have our top four ready to duke it out. It's going to be quite the banger. We have our Central American qualifiers so close. We're ready to name them already, but we still have plenty more competitors to go. My name is Vicious here with Rins. As we take a look at the winners finals, we got Kaba going up against Doom Snake, who have done immaculate in their run in the winners semifinals at the top of the show, as well as down below, loser semifinals, Kusanagi versus Mena RD. How did we get there, you might ask? Well, to kind of bring it back, Mena RD fell short to Kaba 3-0. Doom Snake knocked Mono into losers 3-1. And then we saw the run from both Kusanagi and then Mena RD is who we're going to highlight. Kusanagi 3-0 against Yazdero, 3-1 against Mono. And then down below, Mena RD taking out MX Gus. But MX Gus also taking down one of the Dominican Republic players as well, taking out DR Ray in an impressive bout, 3-2 with that Colleen. but his run just fell a little short, as we saw right before the break. So, with all of that established, we're going to have Kaba versus Doomsnake up next in the winners finals.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, we're going to determine who actually sits in grand finals winner side, who is in that pole position to get that one spot available for this tournament to qualify for Capcom Cup. I mean, we talked a little bit about Doomsnake having that Vega and having a lot of a multitude of ways of bypassing the projectiles of Fong. Again, that's going to come into play up against Guile, right? Of course, the Sonic Boom game established. But for the information we got before this tournament, we have heard that Kaba has been training 7 hours every day, non-stop Street Fighter V online to get ready. And he is looking pristine, looking better than he's ever looked. And I mean, I think he's the favorite going forward.
Someone in the chat mentioned that he's kind of like a Saiyan. Every single battle he endures and survives, he gets only stronger. He gets even stronger, I should say. And it's absolutely true. This man has been impressing us time after time and showing us what the Dominican Republic is all about, as well as Menardi. These guys have been leveling up their community since day one, but we can't say that's not the same for the likes of Doomsnake, the sole representative of Panama City, Panama, rocking that Vega.
You see he's already trying utilizing some of Vega's tools to get past the Sonic Boom pressure, and Kaba's going to make him show it to him, right? Especially with no EX bar, he doesn't have to worry about as many options to get past that Sonic Boom.
How many Sonic Booms is that, Range? Was that 7 or 8?
At least if not hitting double digits. And now, but you can see Kaba's one of those players that I think this is a real hallmark of the great Guile players. Daigo has this as well, switching up the rhythm. They're so good at turning from defense to offense on the drop of a dime. Ooh, but a nice V-trigger buffer right there off that Stand Fierce.
Ooh, command grab. Checking to see if Kaba was willing to press a button. No, sir. Just walks out to safety. Immediately after that block roundhouse, Doomsnake's trying to chase him down. Go within range of the Sonic Boom. At least a trade off with a medium punch, right?
Mm-hmm. See, even the jabs, right? Not just relying on the booms to stuff the offense from Doomsnake. Ooh,
what an anti-air choice!
Yeah, I think he was predicting a boom, but either way, right? It ends up working out.
Oh, tried it again. Nice and easy Doomsnake. Okay, getting the first round. That was an interesting exchange. Kaba opting for that jump in that last sequence and still going for the EX rolling crystal flash.
Oh, upside down kick from long distance. Not going to be allowing him to get the jab follow up into a special move.
Ooh, the fancy stuff. So
yeah,
dangerous you can get that off of a low.
That's another thing that Kaba has, right? He's definitely got all the execution one needs for Guile. The hard stuff, the easy stuff, he's going to have that on lock 100% of the time. Nice. EX Sonic Boom established this distance again, but yeah, you can see Doomsnake. We talked about a plethora of ways for Vega to get through these projectiles. Half and half suplex right there. And now Doomsnake sitting on that V-trigger. We already seen the buffers come out from him. He might be looking for another one. Yeah, you see it right there.
Oh.
The long distance buffer. He keeps trying to get Kaba to swing into it. Ooh, and when he recognizes he's not going to, goes with the command throw. I like it.
Ooh. Having the right read, sweeping the V-trigger is going to be a dangerous territory for Doomsnake. Out of the corner, back into the neutral, but we still have all this V-trigger to worry about from Kaba. Rolling crystal flash, get out of the way. Sky high clock, no punish.
Oh, he knew the overhead was coming too. He actually stood up from that distance. He was just looking to walk back, and the proximity guard stopped him, but the low right after the jump in gonna be enough to seal the round for Kaba, and we're going to a round 3 already.
Just about 2 bars left. Okay, make that 2, solidify that. Kaba trying to fake the Sonic Booms as well, checking with the low forward, getting that roundhouse as well. Keeping it toe-to-toe with the normals.
Just establishing his Guile game plan. Doomsnake. Oh, he wanted the buffer, but no, sir. Only found a flash kick.
I love it. I love the patience from Kaba. It doesn't matter what side, he's going to flash kick the hell out of it. Forward throws in his corner. Not quite yet, but the punish on the sweep is there. Kaba in the right range for Sonic Booms. This is the perfect range, actually, to bully him in this corner and keep him there. No side, no stand switch here.
Yeah, and Doomsday doesn't have any meter as well, so he can't blow through those Sonic Booms as easily. Does have a V-Trigger on deck. That's why he may be looking for the slide. However, perfect spacing from Kaba, right? Just constantly teasing him that he's going to be in that range where you can actually do a slide, and at that last moment, walking back to get the whiff punish. These little micro movements that these high-level Street Fighter V players are always keeping at the forefront of their mind. So good stuff to Kaba. He's going to be going up 1-0 in this winner's final set.
I did want to highlight the patience that Kaba had as well, knowing full well the meter that Doomsnake had. He went for the slide and blocked it against Vega, did not actually punish it because he knew there could have been a V-Trigger in response to that to make it safe, as well as trap Guile, just in case he went for it. So good awareness from Kaba. Getting the sweep, upside down kick block from Doomsnake, upping his own defense. Now closing the gap a little bit more, trying to be within range where a Sonic Boom can be a better trade off of the medium punches instead. Yes, sir. Medium punch is a lot more active in this range, but further out, Guile is a menace.
You see, he's even trying to contest in that range that Vega can excel at as well. He's doing it very strongly with the crouch medium kick. And I love him really kind of switching up the rhythm again. We talk about it every time with these Guile players. You can see how many fake Sonic Booms he's throwing, just putting out these jabs, putting out these light buttons to make Doomsday think he can go through it with one of his EX moves. But instead, if he does, he'll just run into a normal or get blocked. Ooh, you see the dash forward. Kaba's so good at switching it up.
This is going to be very, very tough. Doomsday no longer having an option with that claw, just resorting to bare fist fighting. Exactly what Guile excels at himself with the fisticuffs. Oh, he doesn't need it. He's got his feet as well. He missed the rest of the combo. Izuna drop. It's all good.
Yeah, you saw, oh, I was going to say, yeah, you saw Kaba walking forward a little bit there. That means he didn't have the charge for the flash kick available. That's why he just had to take that. Now back to the Sonic Boom game. Yeah, he hadn't thrown too many right here, right? So I'm expecting in this round to be a little bit more active with it. EX this time. Yes, here we go.
Out of the corner. Nothing that Doomsday can do to really stop that if he wasn't ready for it in time.
Yeah, when you get to jump in right on top of Vega's head, I feel like he needs to like try to jump back air to air. He doesn't really have very good anti-air options from that specific angle.
So sweep make it safe, but the primary objective was to get out of the corner. He does it successfully, but still, Kaba all over it, rolling Crystal Flash.
He actually caught the jab that Kaba put out that time. There we go, some air to airs. Already adjusting this game plan because he knows Kaba likes to jump out of the corner.
Oh, that was ambiguous, but still nothing of it. Sky High Claw catching Kaba off guard. That stun gauge is depleting. No, I take it back.
Yeah, I'm still on the verge of stun now. Oh, he gets the hit, but no follow-up. So that means Kaba's still living here, fully loaded on these resources, and he was waiting for that, lying in wait. Beautiful scout out from Doomsnake right there, just going with the EX Skyhawk Claw directly through the Sonic Boom, and it's going to be 1-up here in our winners finals.
So scary seeing all this damage left on the table on the side of Doomsday. I get it, we're in an online environment, but it's just tough to see. You see these giant hits land, especially with the defense that Kaba is putting up, and it just hurts to see some of this damage just left over, especially from a great button like Jump Roundhouse or Jump Fierces, right? So I really want to see, you know, a little bit more of this damage come through. But again, online atmosphere, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, you can see Kaba already bringing out the wall sweeps here early, so I wonder if he's going to go to that a little bit more, considering Doomsnake does like to get aggressive in that range. Alright, just hits him with a low after the jump in this time, but a quick backdash from Doomsnake going to put them back into this neutral space where, yeah, Claw Stance Vega is definitely going to reign supreme. Love the patience coming out from both sides. On top of that, Kaba getting aggressive with it, gets the jump in, and the flash kick was ready. Half and half. Ooh. But yeah, gonna be spinning that V trigger not only for that bit of damage, but also for the side switch. However, he throws him back the other way regardless. We're getting more into a mid-screen position. There we go, raw sweep again. Of course, he had the V trigger to back it up in case it was blocked.
And now he gets to command all of this momentum from the neutral game. He just has to throw all these Sonic Booms. Wait, yeah, that's a little questionable. Just slightly questionable because now you're putting yourself at a huge deficit in terms of the meter.
Definitely
I don't know, that's tough.
Ambitious attempt from Doomsnake for sure. Oh, all right. Just gives a little bit of a whiff punish on that sweep attempt with the crouch strong claw stance. All right, half and half again. I love the way Kaba's switching up. And yeah, after every time he does that forward throw, after getting aggressive, he just parks down back, getting that flash kick charge ready.
Oh, man, he still gets the upside down kick from that range. EX command grab after the dash up. What's next, Doomsnake?
And he tried to get him with the throw bait right there. You saw the dash up into the walk back, but Kaba not biting. He knows with this amount of life lead, no need to swing on him. No need to put himself in a counter hit scenario and bring Doomsnake back into the game.
Whew.
Yeah, slide in response. Brave from Doomsnake. Of course, he did have the V trigger to make it safe. It was blocked. Once again, Kaba now taking a 2-1 lead, really working this throw game here early. And we saw Kaba harass just with a lot of stand strongs, a lot of frame trap scenarios early on in this set, now to establish this throw game that he is working with now. So good stuff to Kaba, taking a lead and 1 game away from putting himself in grand finals.
Now, one of the things I also wanted to highlight when it comes to trying to lock Kaba down, Doomsnake has not had a lot of success keeping Kaba retained in this corner, right? A lot of the times Kaba is opting to just jump up forward and get out of the corner immediately, as Doomsnake has not found any sort of answers for anti-airs, no air-to-airs, no air throw. So he's going to take that information and run with it the entire time until Doomsnake forces him to adapt.
Yeah, we've seen more often than not Kaba just hold up forward out of that corner, and we've only seen literally 1 air-to-air from Doomsnake to answer that scenario. So we're going to see if that's a little bit more in the forefront of his mind, or if it's just going to continue to be very successful for Kaba, if he can even get Kaba to the corner in the first place now.
Uses the V-trigger, does have plenty of life to get that V-trigger back, but his, again, main goal, get out of the corner, have more room to work with.
I love that from Kaba. He will even take the trade, right? As long as he doesn't block and doesn't start getting bullied towards that corner, he's going to maintain the advantage. Caught the back dash with the upside down kick.
Oh. He'll take this minimal damage. It's just bare bones Vega. Wait a minute. He has access to the command grab, by the way.
And he's going to try to utilize that to begin the comeback. Oh, but he got caught. Oh, the upside down kick again, making sure it punishes any and all flinching on the attempt of the opponent.
I want to know whose idea it was to design a move like that for Guile. Just defying gravity and just spinning away and flailing like that.
Oh, wow. We actually see the front throw, and he was parked down back. Looked like the flash kick was ready, but maybe a stutter or something doesn't actually bring it out.
Big cross-up to open up. Here comes Doomsnake. Once again, gets the shimmy this time. Throw bait success. Is doing a drop. Keep him in the corner. Let me see you. Oh, well. Up until that point, Kaba just sensed it. He saw it and reacted.
Yeah, he knew if he was taken to the skies, he was getting the flash kick ready. Wow, activates the V-trigger response to the V-trigger from Vega. Oh, beautiful patience right there, waiting until he gets in a range to get that flash kick. I love it. You can see Kaba really aware at all times of when to do the flash kick, whether early or late. And the critical art is on deck. He can more than make this comeback with those resources.
Oh, big punish. Oh, he missed it. That risky sky high claw. Okay.
Oh, you saw him go for the upside down kick again. He wanted that big chunky hit to take down the rest of Doomsnake's life. However, the jab will stuff it.
As soon as the threat of critical art was gone, Doomsnake was breathing again. He was like, all right, I get to relax, press a little bit of buttons here as he tries to do anything kind of fancy here. Especially that upside down kick again getting stuffed. But here we go, Kaba.
Didn't have the flash kick charge ready after that fireball. Maybe just looking to walk back a little bit, prioritizing the spacing instead. Now this time he was ready with the anti-air, even if he didn't have the charge. Oh, you can see the micro wise still coming out from Kaba, and this time utilizing that aggression, switching it up. However, the V trigger is going to give some breathing room from Doomsnake. It's going to put damage on him. Oh, that was a beautiful bumper right there. Got the counter hit that he was looking for on top of that. Making sure it combos. There you go. Some more air-to-airs coming out from Doomsnake. Now he can't get bullied in the air, but he does, and that's exactly why you can't afford that. Kaba gonna close this out and put himself in winner side grand finals 3-1.
Oh boy, we got ourselves The Dominican Republic in the house, sitting nice and pretty with pretty boy Kaba.
And that's the thing, right? And that's why it's so dangerous just taking the jump in, because you put yourself in a scenario where the opponent is plus on block, and that means they're going to frame trap you. They're going to try to get a throw bait attempt on you. Either way, it is a very dangerous spot to be in, or they're just going to throw you outright, right? So because of that, that's why Doomsnake really was trying to start. You see the air-to-air starting to come out a little bit more later, but that is the danger of just blocking a jump in this game. Well done from Kaba, utilizing the upside down kick once again, making sure he cracks under the pressure and the defense and moves himself into grand finals.
You know where that puts us, right? We got Kusanagi gearing up against Mena RD. We might see the Sakura mirror match. Who knows? I would like to see it personally. Of course, we all know Mena, tried and true birdie player. But we saw what he's capable of with that Sakura against MX Gus. I kind of want to see it personally.
I want to see it too, man. I mean, Kusanagi, of course, has been playing the Sakura as well, and I think the mirror would be really fun to watch. But again, I feel like one of the strengths of Sakura is that her game plan is simple yet effective, and because of that, it allows you to dedicate a lot of your brain power, a lot of what you're thinking about, to the opponent. So I'd be really interested in seeing how the mirror match plays out, right? Because then you're going to be thinking of those same tools and how the opponent is going to utilize them, and I think it really will come down to the creative expression of the player with the character. However, I don't, like I can still see Birdie coming out from Mena RD. You know what I mean? I don't expect him to not pick it. Like, he's just so good on the character that I think up against a Sakura, not much life, a heavy hitter like Birdie, he's, right, I think, going to try it early.
No, that makes sense. Without a doubt. I mean, you want to kind of establish that dominance early. And if there is room, maybe you could dabble with Sakura, but chances are, I don't think you'd want to take it. You just want to go with his tried and true, as you mentioned. We've seen it though. I mean, like, it's not something that's out of reach. We've seen it time and time again in the CPT, where people would opt to go against the person's main character. Like, we've seen Punk and Nephew do it sometimes.
Yeah.
Punk would opt to go Colleen. So it is possible.
Definitely. I don't know if Punk has ever done it in a setting with this high of consequences and this high of rewards, right? Because considering this is the first place prize going to Capcom Cup. Oh, and it looks like Mena isn't going with the mirror, but he's not going with Birdie either, bringing out the Cammy. Okay. Huh. I like this a lot. Obviously, Cammy has incredible walk speed, good normals. Definitely a kit available to combat Sakura's dominance on the ground. Also a good way, of course, we always talk about it, her ability to alter her air trajectory with the dive kick, always making people second guess their anti-airs. And look at this, just bullying her from that distance. However, as soon as he tries to walk back with that good walk speed, he will low forward come out. Oh, no. Oh, yes, there it is. Oh, no, it's a oh, yes, my man. Stunned up this time, and yes, EXDP to finish it off. Mena looking so comfortable on any character he plays.
I can hear the button taps on his PlayStation controller right now. My man is pressing these fierces with authority, getting these confirms with authority, but Kusanagi unfazed whatsoever. He's still moving forward. Okay, backing up just a little bit. Any fireball is going to get punished. EX uppercut in response. Great rebuttal from Kusanagi, but Mena RD already at V-Trigger danger zone.
Oh, and yeah, you can see, I thought that dash out was going to be a DP afterwards from Mena RD, however, maybe showing just a little bit of inexperience on the Cammy. Oh, beautiful stuff. He's going to be able to activate, and with that V-Trigger 2, the damage output is wild. Puts her on the Magic Pixel, and the throw.
Oh, no. Kusanagi with a huge rebuttal against Mena RD. Looking like a repeat of what Mena RD did to him earlier. Oh, yeah! I love seeing those connect. Air fireball into the heavy DP. That's what I'm talking about. Good awareness from Kusanagi, knowing Mena wanted to take to the skies.
Oh, but a huge jump in via the roundhouse. And he's going to use the critical R as well. Establish these huge life leads for Cammy. And he gets a set up afterwards. Oh, calling him out with it. I love it.
That was raw.
Yeah.
It's a raw spiral arrow.
Ooh, and then the Fierce confirms it afterwards. You saw a slight delay. My man was definitely confirming that joint. And just like that, yeah, hit her in the waist. So not plus, I think, but also not going to be punished or anything like that.
Checking with the medium kicks, nice and easy as well, but the stance short being bufferable from that rage. Sakura Otoshi 3 times over. V-Trigger is still active. Trigger response from NRD Raw. And that's all shoot roll.
We talked about the many options once your opponent blocks a jump in, right? Whether they're set up for a throw bait attempt, whether they're going to get counter hit by a frame trap, or just the simple throw. And that's what MetaRD goes with there. And it's probably the safest option, right? Because if your opponent does end up jumping out of the throw, you're going to be able to recover in time. Maybe catch the jump back with a DP from Cammy. I don't think it has that quite horizontal range, but maybe catching the landing with a spiral arrow, some kind of nonsense that he would be able to counter that jump back with. And Mena takes a 1-0 lead.
I was just thinking to myself, if there was a way to like neutral jump and have Sakura do like air Tatsu neutral and just hit on the backside of Cammy because she used it a little bit, that'd be kind of funky. I kind of want to test that out now, just to see. Either way, I digress. MetaRD up 1 game.
Yeah, super solid so far. Veerversal, yeah, doesn't want to get bullied in this corner. Cammy's corner game is so deadly. Yikes indeed. Yeah, and great awareness from MetaRD knowing he wasn't going to get the counter hit punish, right? Only counter hit punish on the EXDP from Sakura.
Unfortunate, missing that the light chain combo. MetaRD running away with it on that one, getting that full-on punish, doing a lot more mental damage, if anything.
Yeah, most definitely ready with any and all solutions to this attempt from Kusanagi. Look at this, just bullying with these mediums, and as soon as he gets out of range of bullying with the normals, just goes right into the EX dive kick. Playing Cammy like a true veteran. Oh!
That was still, he still got the side switch on that. Speaking of side switches, Kusanagi trying to keep this momentum against MetaRD, but you can't stop the dive kicks like that.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Bro, we'll do it. Ooh.
Going out with the DP, but still a lot of room to make up for Kusanagi here. Gets the forward throw. And I like him. Oh, huge jumping at this point with that V-Trigger 2 activated. He does have critical R on top of it, but he's going to get the stun here. And he's not going to need to use that critical R whatsoever. Big jump in to finish it off.
Just rolling through with that comeback, huh? I like that. Kusanagi still being able to keep that critical art, tying it all up here in game number 2. Very imperative going into it. MetaRD sitting on 2 bars, spending it early. Side switch, no. Same side, great bluff from Kusanagi. Harassing down with the medium punches, but gets out of the corner. Good amount of damage with the EX fireball.
Oh, yeah, the frame trap ended up working out there, but couldn't make the most out of it. Didn't have a fireball behind that forward.
Go forward, EX fireball activation. Great view reversal. Getting the forward throw is Kusanagi. Still in V-Trigger 2, by the way.
Yeah, but Mena on the verge of V-Trigger himself. Yeah, you can see that's why he's utilizing the V-skill a little bit more. Wants to get that last bit, and he will with that chip from the air Tatsu. Ooh. However, this is not how he wants it to go down. Big damage again.
The Medius crouch fierce into plus frames. EX fireball activation from Meta Raw, by the way. Any sort of hit can lead to critical art, but the uppercut is there just in time. Kusanagi with a little bit of V-Trigger left at the right spacing, using the uppercut to anti-air. That's what I'm talking about. 1-to-1.
Yeah, a lot of the time the opponent would be afraid to anti-air Cammy in a scenario like that, right? Because of that dive kick, because of her ability to alter her air trajectory. But Kusanagi showing cero miedo, no fear, and bringing out the DP to tie this set up 1-1. And now we're going to see if Mena just sticks with the Cammy. Obviously, it's looking good for sure. That wasn't a blowout by any means. He still could have won that match on top of everything else. So because of that, he is going right back into it. I like it.
Fight.
Yeah, you can see Kusanagi did catch him once with that air fireball, right? So MetaRD this time recognizing the charge ground fireball. Oh, man, the distance on stand light kick.
The harassment off of those lights, too. Oh, he caught him charging. Clipped him with a low forward. Full confirm after that, but missed the confirm the second time after. Back throw now in the corner. MetaRD's in a lot of trouble. Back-to-back throws from Kusanagi. Harassing into this V-Trigger. Swinging for the fences. He caught the home run.
Oh, and he did. He's going to try to close it out here. Oh, but no, the stand light kick. Back by the big V-Trigger 2 damage. Gonna put him on life support, but no fear. That was the last bit of his V-Trigger, though, so he couldn't follow it up.
You see this? You see this when she's buffering away with that critical art. Don't throw that fireball.
Yeah.
And if anything, Meta could probably get chipped.
That's why he's just jabbing, right? He's just jabbing, showing him it, try to bait him into it. But as you mentioned, he's in chip territory as well, so he has to make sure it whiffs entirely rather than he blocks it.
Oh, and he caught him moving forward. MetaRD gets clipped with the low forward. Whoo, the crutch medium kick. Kusanagi paying off dividends.
Kusanagi with his first lead. Wow, getting that really late DP to catch the just jump roundhouse. And another call out with the air fireball. Kusanagi is rolling here, gets the frame trap on top of it, stuns him up, gonna get as much damage as possible. Some frame kill stuff here. Oh, and then the meaty upwards fireball. You mentioned yesterday how much you love seeing that. Kusanagi brings it out again and takes a 2-1 lead in the blink of an eye.
And I liked him opting not to go for the uppercut after the Tatsu, right? Off of that combo. Just going for the frame kill to set him up for that specific moment. Very, very smart stuff from Kusanagi, not messing that up at all. Getting the perfect and the lead against Mana RD 2-1. I'm liking this matchup. I'm liking this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Kusanagi has been a beast on this Sakura, bro. So we're going to see Mana RD go back to the lobby, go back to the character select screen. And as much as I liked him sticking with the Cammy in that third game, I definitely think he's going to be switching characters now because Kusanagi seemed to have figured it out, caught onto the rhythm of how Mana RD really likes to play with the Cammy. You saw a couple of call outs with the upwards fireball in the air, and just in general, really maximizing that stand light kick spacing. And she can't take a lot of those stand light kick confirms, right? Cammy not having a lot of health. Any and all of those confirms hurts a lot.
And then if we do see the switch up from Cammy to Birdie, I don't think Birdie does a bad job at all against Sakura, honestly. He does have the V skills to kind of move himself forward, to kind of keep these fireballs in check as well. You kind of treat it like the Shoto matchup. It's like if they're going to settle and throw fireballs, set yourself up with a V skill that traverses under it and keep walking forward, right? To kind of gain that space. And we do see the exclusive Mana RD Birdie. Birdie RD, excuse me.
Yeah, the Birdie RD coming out. And you mentioned exclusive, right? Because obviously this is the Capcom Club outfit, but he's got the hair, brother. The hair,
Bro,
the Mana
that's
RD
so
hair.
sick.
It's so sick.
I love it. Bro.
He's got
And
the
he's got the
platinum.
kicks.
I was going to say, he's got the platinum as well, right? For the banana.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
I love this outfit, man.
And again, he can use the hanging chain just in case she wants to throw fireballs at the wrong range. Nice block on the overhead. Oh, reversal. Prioritizing a knockdown, as we saw him do in the top 16. Ooh,
One fireball too many that time. Throw the can down.
Great block on the overhead once again from Kusanagi with the full punish.
Yeah, Kusanagi looking more than ready for everything that he's presenting. However, the V-trigger activation will be V-reversal, and I like that a lot. And he was able to get in range of the crouch medium kick after, but man, the bullhead coming out.
Yeah, and that's fine. He'll take that. Just traveling over the can.
Just utilizing that armor. However, the EXDP just does enough damage, and now Kusanagi on set point.
The bust out. I like it. Risks taken. High risk, high reward. Definitely could have killed him, but either way, Mana RD still trying to walk forward. Oh, okay.
Wow.
The V-skill throw.
Yeah, rarely do you see that. I love Kusanagi bringing it out in this instance. This time, yeah, trying to make him scared of it. Oh, and then the regular jump in. Kusanagi rolling, tries for a throw bait that time, doesn't bite, but just goes back to the throw game. It's all Kusanagi in this round.
Oh, man. Any hit from Kusanagi can pretty much seal the deal with the amount of critical or amount of meter he has.
Oh, no.
Even closer to chip territory. Oh, especially now. The punish and the kill. You know it. Kusanagi is moving on to the losers finals, eliminating Mana RD.
Eliminating the favorite to take the entire Central America 1 tournament. Mana RD, former Capcom Cup champion, one of the premier players in the entire world, falls in loser semifinals to the Kusanagi. Wow, man. Oh, that was such a good set and such good play from Kusanagi, dude. I've just been impressed with his Sakura from jump.
And he was absolutely ready for that matchup. Did you see how much control he had? As soon as he was super comfortable in the matchup, he was just jumping in, controlling the pace the entire time in the right space with those normals. That was the first time I've actually seen Mana RD not contest with his own normals. Because we see how active he is with buttons like Stand Fierce, his sweeps especially. But Sakura is definitely that character that can reach out and punish something like that with ease.
Yeah, it felt like he didn't even want to try those buttons, right? Very much showing the respect to Kusanagi's ability to whiff punish with that stand light kick and always have the buffer behind it. So great stuff from Kusanagi. He's going to be moving on to that losers finals to face Doomsnake, correct? That's Kaba. Kaba is the one in winner's side grand finals. So thank you everybody for sticking with us right here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters so far. It's been an amazing top 8 and we have arrived at losers finals. We have our top 3 and we're going to decide who goes on to Capcom Cup right after this commercial break.
Go beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel.
You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken! Witness the power of the Continental. This is the power of the king. The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. Move! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whip up! That's that!
Terrific wings!
And welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters, everybody. You have stuck with us through this top 8, and we have arrived at losers finals. And we only got grand finals to determine after that. I am Ringe, this is Vicious, and we've been holding it down along with all of y'all. Been tuning in, and it's been an amazing top 8, as we expected, right? All of these regional top 8s for the Capcom Pro Tour Online have just produced phenomenal gameplay from these elite fighting game players. And you can see Kaba awaiting in Winterside Grand Finals, decimating his competition, 3-0 over Mena RD, 3-1 over Doomsnake. And now we're going to see if Kusanagi, who upset Mena RD 3-1 in loser semifinals, has what it takes to get past Doomsnake and get himself in Grand Finals, because this losers finals is definitely going to be a barn burner as well.
I'm actually very curious to see how these two play against each other, as I personally have not seen it. I'm a little bit rusty in terms of looking up the matchup between Doomsnake and Kusanagi. But can we mention the fact that we have one Dominican Republic representative, one Panama representative, and one Mexico representative? It's a three-way tie right now up until this point, but we're getting closer and closer to naming the next candidate, next competitor into Capcom Cup.
Yeah, because
very cool.
That is what's on the line for all these CPT regional events. Is first place goes on to Capcom Cup. The stakes this year are much higher. Each tournament alone is what you need to win. You can't just place top 8. You can't just be consistent to get the Capcom Cup. You have to get the overall W. And we heard Kaba been training for 7 hours every day, playing the Street Fighter V online. I'm sure his opponents have been training like mad as well. And again, I love seeing a representative for each country in this top 3 as well. So that's super dope. Just seeing the strongest of the strongest duke it out between the region.
And here we go. It's going to be a Sakura versus Vega affair. This is losers finals between Kusanagi and Doomsnake. Who's going to take it over the other to face off against the Lone Shark? Kaba sitting in Winterside Grand Finals. Let's find out. Game 1.
Yeah, but Kusanagi, yes, already establishing he's willing to throw that upward fireball. I love him baiting Doomsnake into the jump with the 2 regular fireballs as well. I mean, he's already showing the prominent use of those tools from Sakura, right? We see the air fireball, we see the stand light kick buffer. This has been his game since jump, and it's been paying off.
And very much so knowing the gaps too. Kusanagi testing the waters against Doomsnake, throwing up that stand short. Man, catching the jump 2 times over this round. He's got the reads.
Yeah, you see, I love that meaty roundhouse as well. From that distance, you're not going to get anything off of it unless it's crush counter, but it doesn't let Doomsnake just wake up and do whatever he wants after the throw. I love it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, she recovers in time, so that's not even going to net Doomsnake anything. And you see, I love Kusanagi just change it up a little bit as well. No buffer behind that stand light kick because he knows he doesn't need much damage, so he's just playing it super safe at this point.
Whoo! I'm telling you, man. Donde está la biblioteca? This man's got all the reads, bro. He's just trying to check them out at the library, my man. Kusanagi is all over Doomsnake, and we're seeing it in game 1.
And again, another round ender where he blocks the jump in and then he's forced to guess afterwards. And Kusanagi just guesses correctly. Doomsnake can't quite find that defense. He's got to try to prioritize those air-to-airs or get some anti-airs going so he doesn't have to deal with it. Again, just blocks, tried to the frame trap that time. You can see him catching him walking back with that low-medium kick.
Whew.
There we go. Yeah,
got the low forward confirmed.
He has recognized the fact that he is going to be able to jump all day, every day on Doomsnake, right? This neutral jump set up, back to back with it, gets the cross under, but a great block.
Oh, just raw wall dive and Zuna drop. That's how you feel today? Doomsnake is trying to retain this momentum. Sky High Claw. Nothing to follow through with it, actually. Didn't have V-Trigger on deck.
And Kusanagi's V-Trigger just about out as well, but he does have the critical R on deck. He's been really working that throw game. Oh, the overhead, not enough, but the dash shove a crouch short will be enough. Kusanagi already establishing this lead 1-0 in losers final.
Ooh. And what a way to do it, man. Proving that he understands what Vega is capable of during these block strings, and as well as showing that he understands the tendencies of Doomsnake. He knew that he wanted to take to the skies and punish him for it 2 times over, and that's a pretty hard read to make when you throw out those air fireballs because you leave yourself completely susceptible on the ground. So taking those risks from Kusanagi and firing back-to-back with 100% accuracy, that's how you know he's got solid reads so far.
And those, the anti-air fireballs that he's been throwing out, he threw them out nice and early, and he was successful with them both times, which is going to discourage Doomsnake from going to the air, which is what he needs to do to combat these jump-ins, right? So it's just all flowing into the game plan of Kusanagi, and he is looking real strong. Oh, yeah, but you can't press those buttons from that range like that. Sakura with an easy whiff punish every time.
That's like her staple since like day one. Her patented whiff punish button, her buffer button, not even just in Street Fighter V, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a long storied history of Sakura. It's potent in this game as well. We can see Kusanagi making expert work of it. Yeah, does go into the V-trigger to keep it safe here. He can't really afford to get punished in that instance because Kusanagi would have been able to take the round.
Just got hit raw with the sky high claw. Izuna drop.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Doomsnake not expecting that jump into hit right there, going with the throw afterwards.
Dangerous territory, going for the jump. Yes, sir, I knew it. As soon as he traversed past the fireball, Kusanagi had the answer. Jump, medium punch, canceled into the EX Tatsu just enough. The meter management and the awareness from Kusanagi is top tier.
The way he is manipulating his opponent, bro, making them do exactly what he's looking for right there. It is so impressive. To get the claw switch with the combo. Nice. He does manage to punish that anti-air fireball attempt this time.
Oh, that was very tricky stuff. Looked like it was on the other side. The Doomstick with a successful block, but still getting pushed in this corner ever so slightly. You cannot slide under those fireballs, my friend.
Nice. Oh, and he stayed on the same side. Doomsnake looking for the cross under. Didn't give it to him. Oh, you see, he was looking for the backdash. He tried to get the shimmy until he got the jab, which got the air hit, which meant Kusanagi was going to get real aggressive again, and a 2-0 lead just like that.
It's looking, it's looking pretty damn good for Kusanagi right now. He's looking like the prime candidate to fight off against Kaba in grand finals. I'm just calling it as it is, man. He's got Doomsnake's number. He really does, man. He's calling everything out correctly. He has, you can tell by the life lead as well, just manipulating, as Ringe mentioned, manipulating what Doomsnake wants to do in this game. It's just not played out for Vega. I'm curious to see what Doomsnake is going to do to adapt.
And did Kusanagi fall to Kaba in winners? Was that the person he lost to?
Give me a second. That is let me see, in top 16. Yes, so in top 16 yesterday, Kaba put Kusanagi into losers 2-0.
Okay. So because of that, I mean, that's the only person to make Kusanagi bleed his own blood, right? Everybody else had just fallen to the man. So because of that, Kusanagi trying to get his run back from yesterday in grand finals, one game away from doing so. And I mean, it's going to be a mountain to climb, right? Kaba has been looking elite, legitimately looking better than he's ever looked before. And he's going to be having a whole set advantage. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Doomsnake is a premier player as well. And he's switching characters. He doesn't like the Vega matchup anymore. He doesn't want to keep getting jumped in on. So he's picking G, a character with immense damage coming out if you get the proper anti-airs going. And even if you don't get that back fierce, you can still get the crouch fierce, which is almost an end-all be-all when it comes to any type of angles you get jumped in on.
And my man owns his own construction company. He's ready to bring the pipes with the amount of damage that G possesses, right? He did say that he didn't have G on the back burner, and this is quite the matchup to bring him out for.
Yeah, and you already see we get one crouch fierce anti-air. He does get an, oh, he tried it that time with a boot. The jump heavy kick from Sakura hits nice and early. And save. Oh yeah, I like him taking the big risk though with the stand fierce. Not a big risk, but the big button, because he knew that Sakura would be negative in that scenario.
Ooh, sit him down, jump back strong. I love to see that.
Oh yeah, and you can see he's already kind of scared to bring out these anti-airs now that that jump heavy kick was successful.
Alright, he's still been chilling. Doomstick still has V-trigger on deck as well. Not gonna activate it after the forward fierce.
Yeah, he's gonna eat some damage because of that here, and he's gonna be cornered, carried. Oh, and then the meaty. You ain't going nowhere. Juggles off the fireball. Kusanagi on set point.
Round 2.
And that was going to give him a plus sequence no matter what, right? You got the meaty crouch fierce, EX fireball to back it up. You still had to be in a guess situation. Doomstick again on his last legs here with G. Forward throw, checking with the roundhouse after, advancing forward immediately. Checking with the lows. No anti-airs this time with the body splash. Very hard to anti-air.
And Kusanagi setting up shot again. Oh, he has his life lead. Great EX wheel kick to blow through the projectile. Now Doomsday. Yeah, from that distance, just going with the Fierce, trying to make sure Kusanagi doesn't wake up with anything.
Oh, from downtown, yeah, the crouch Fierce covering all angles of an anti-air. EX uppercut, Kusanagi getting dividends off that risk, huge risk.
Nice backdash and the activate off the low EX rush punch. Let's go maximum presidency. One command throw will do it, one combo will do it. Oh, and a beautiful bait. I actually love that throw bait in the corner like that. Just using the V skill beats so many options from people trying to wake up.
Yes. Final.
I am the world president. Man, okay, so that could have been a plethora of things, right? Back throw, command grab, but man, she has so many options in that kill scenario.
Oh, very big drop right there. Left a lot of corner carry and damage on the table. He is never scared to throw out these rush punches. He knows that Kusanagi likes to move around, throw these fireballs from that range. Oh, trying to make something happen, but he does make the air happen there, and then the throw bait on top of it.
Man, he is so successful with these throw baits. Just the way he's moving around, he crouches right in front of his opponent to kind of check. Versal maintaining this knockdown pressure, getting the uppercut as well. Back throw is just enough, and Kusanagi eliminates Doomstick, propelling him into the grand finals to face off against Kaba once more.
Wow, incredible stuff from Kusanagi. You could see making some adjustments to the game plan there, not getting so antsy with the jump ins because of G having a better answer than Vega, but then he just adjusts his game plan nice and easy, right? Plays a little bit more ground game, and he's just maximized every single opportunity he's got. And that's what we talk about when it comes to those elite level Street Fighter players, is that any type of window they get, they go through it with maximum efficiency. So beautiful stuff from Kusanagi. He again takes another set, just running rough shot over everybody but Kaba. Kaba was the one that sent him to the losers bracket in the first place, and now he has battled every single opponent on the way here to make it back. You can see 3-0 over Yazdero, 3-1 over Mono, 3-1 over Mena RD, and then a 3-0 over Doomsday, not even going to a game 5 yet. So incredible stuff from Kusanagi, and he's getting the run back that he's earned here in top 8.
As active as he's been in Street Fighter V throughout the entirety of CPT, he has a chance to finally make it into the Capcom Cup, but he's got a tall order. Again, seeing Kaba take him down 2-0, being the only person to do that much damage against someone like Kusanagi, it's going to be very, very tough. I'm excited to see it. This is going to be a great grand finals, and I'm glad you guys are all here to see it. As I move down to the back of the queue, we get ourselves ready for the final match.
Well, you were a little bit too early because we haven't gotten Kaba in the room yet, so you're gonna have to do it again.
I'm eager.
Once Kaba gets into the room, yeah, you do have to move to the back. Oh man, but yeah, these top 8s for all these Capcom Pro Tour Online events have just been incredible. And you know, Tokido mentioned it. I like bringing it up how the stakes are much higher this year, and Kaba is in the room now. Stakes are much higher this year with any individual tournament because it's the winner that goes to Capcom Cup. And Kaba has been training like a madman here, 7 hours every day with this Street Fighter V Online to make sure he is in prime form, and he's looking like it. However, Kusanagi with this Sakura has had answers for everybody else. Did he figure out some answers for Guile? You have to imagine that he at least did some research, if not tried to spar against a top level Guile player in this interim time, right? Because he did fall to Kaba yesterday, so he had a whole 24 hours to do some research, to get some more experience under his belt in that matchup, and to get back to this point. And he's earned it, and we're going to see if he's going to bring something new to the table to maybe throw off Kaba's game plan. Oh, and we are jumping all the way into it already, baby. The game is loading. Thank you all once again for joining us right here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters for another amazing top 8. This time from Central America 1. We've had one of our favorites in the tournament, Kaba, making it to grand finals, but Kusanagi upsetting Mena RD, upsetting Mono, upsetting a whole lot of players to get to this point. And don't get me wrong, he's been a phenomenal fighting game player in many fighting games for a long time, but he is now showing out more than ever here in Street Fighter V.
I'm excited to see it. The moment you all have been waiting for. Myself and Ringe, thank you guys for being here. This is it. The grand finale. Kaba versus Kusanagi. Here we go. It's going to be Sakura versus Guile. Game number 1. I'm excited, man. Absolutely excited to see it.
Round 1.
All right, let's get it, my friend. Let's get it. We are already starting it. Now, remember, Kaba is in winner side grand finals, which means he's got a whole set advantage. Kusanagi's going to have to beat him 3 games before he loses 3 games just to reset the bracket. See, Kusanagi playing very, very safe at this point, not trying to risk any jump-ins over these sonic booms or anything like that, just charging these fireballs, seeing who will crack first.
Oh, didn't charge that last one. Still ran into a V-skill boom instead. Kaba now with a slight life lead, forcing Kusanagi to jump. Thinking it was going to be a Sonic Boom. Great anti-air, great awareness from Kaba. Big roundhouse crush counter, a critical roll into the uppercut. Good confirm from Kusanagi.
And that's safe. And yeah, that's why Kaba's pressing those big buttons afterwards, right? Because Kusanagi knows that it's not his turn anymore, so he's not going to try to press the advantage. That's why Kaba's going with the upside down kick, able to catch the backdash that time, but we're still in Kusanagi's world so far. Gets the back throw and try to push him to the corner, but the back fist this time. Gutsy button to press, gets the crush counter. Not a full combo, however, does get that. I love seeing that. The stand light kick into the flash kick, showing off his execution.
We got 2 more booms to worry about. EX uppercut on the second to last one.
Kusanagi very close to a V-trigger, but he's going to need a crush counter because he can't eat more damage and still get it. However, that's not even going to get to that point. Low forward into the EX fireball, and he takes the first round.
I like that Kusanagi, he missed his opportunity to confirm the first low medium kick, decided to keep pursuing, caught another low forward. He's like, I'm not missing it this time. He was ready for EX flash kick just in case. Still got the low forward confirm on that one. Kusanagi in full control as Kaba shooting booms in the corner.
Oh, big trade
jungle
combo. The forward throw, establish this. Again, he's not letting people do anything after that, right? Just using the stand medium kick, using the stand roundhouse, everything that will keep them locked down here.
The activation, got the forward fierce crush counter, block on the upside down kick.
See Raw activate this time. Oh, just in that range, and Kaba confirms into the critical arc.
Not enough damage, but we still have trigger on deck for the Lexa Sakura. Allowing the fireball to get through the pressure, not just dead enough. You already knew the chip was coming. You knew the chip was coming from the stance short, so Kaba had to press a button. He had to make sure. He's like, all right, you have your checkmate scenario. Let me see if you can execute it.
Exactly right, and Kaba didn't have any bar right there, so he couldn't go with any invincible answers, and because of that, he still tried something, which again is the correct decision, as you highlighted, because he was getting chipped out no matter what. So he had to just hope that Kusanagi messed up his setup. But again, with this level of fighting gameplay, we're not seeing many mistakes. Right back into it now. Kusanagi with a 1-0 lead again. Kaba is in the winner's side. Got a whole lot of room to play with.
Shanky with the stand short once again.
Oh, I love
Oh,
that
big
reversal.
damage.
Yes, he gets the counter here. Wow, actually just tries for a throw reset right there. Maybe looking for that stun. Trying to get a little bit greedy. However, Kaba not going to let him do so. That's still safe, yes.
Nullifying the V-skill projectile. Kusanagi doesn't have the rhythm to actually contest the Sonic Booms anymore, but still gets caught after the Tatsu critical art. Getting the first round, and a round well spent with that. Nice work.
And Kusanagi has just been so on point. You see him confirming as soon as he sees the counter hit. But one thing that I'm waiting for is Kusanagi to do one of these -2 Tatsus into an EXDP. He has not done it at all in the entirety of top 16.
Now that you put it out into the universe, I feel like it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna happen.
He's gonna wait though. He's gonna wait for a huge moment. I already know.
Confirmed, we have the script already.
All right. Another throw here. Nice V reversal. Doesn't want to take those frames. And yes, nice flash kick on top of it.
Yes, sir. I love that air-to-air option from Kusanagi, spinning that bar very well. Upside down, get that forward, check it with the stand short once again. Throw is imminent, but Kaba backed off.
Yes, good stuff. Having that V-Trigger 1, the mini booms, following up that big first Sonic Boom chunk of health for the kill. Again, we saw this is the shades of the very first round, right? Kaba establishing his fireball game and Kusanagi backing up, trying to play a similar projectile war.
Do you see the answers from air-to-air from Kaba to make sure Kusanagi does not escape? Excellent choice, and a great sequence at that to read the fireball, getting a big jump in. Speaking of jumps, Kusanagi again with the air-to-air answer, getting the forward throw. What's the meaty scenario? Another throw. Excellent view versus air.
Bringing out the V-Skill enhanced fireballs constantly. However, this time he's going to be able to get the forward throw. Oh, and the counter hit. Saving the critical art for now. Plus frames. and that's why you see Kaba V reversal. He does surrender his V trigger though for now.
Oh no, he doesn't do it again.
Yep. Oh, I was gonna say, and that gives Kaba the life lead, and Kaba, beautiful low into the high with the target combo. 1-1 here in our first set.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was a scenario where Kusanagi was able to connect into the critical art at some point, possibly able to kill Kaba. Actually, I'm sure that would have killed Kaba if he actually went through with it, but a little bit of reluctancy, or I guess a little hesitant to do so, costing him the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was just like the meter was built in the scenario. I have to go back and watch, but we do see Kusanagi kind of not using that critical art in the corner again, and not sure if it was because of just some miscalculation or whatever it may have you. You saw him try to use the EX Fireball for plus frames afterwards, but it did not pay off. Now Kaba, half and half suplex in the corner. Let me see something. Nice
flash kick.
Oh, again, now he's gonna get the knockdown. Oh, and baits it out beautifully. Kaba, 1 round to him in this game 3.
We saw the mental damage that did to Kusanagi, or at least it kind of upped Kaba a little bit more. It kind of powered him up, seeing him bleed like that.
Oh, the long distance upside down kick. I love that as an answer to the stand light kick, right? Even if it's not going to give you anything else because of that distance, it's still just going to make Kusanagi think twice.
Oh, EX flash kick to check Kusanagi to see if he was going to dash again, but nice and patient there. But Kaba still rebuttaling, firing back with that Sonic Boom combo.
Yeah, waking up with buttons right there, not being afraid. Oh, and he goes with the roundhouse, tries to press a big button. Whenever you press those big buttons when the opponent jumps, you are susceptible to getting punished. Oh,
the delayed flash kick anti-air. Uh-oh.
Okay. Still doable for Kusanagi. I love this throw here, right? Kaba's going to be willing to take these throws because he doesn't want to give him something big, so that's why he just utilizes it again. And now you're in that scenario where he just smashes on crouch slide kick. Perfect decision making from Kaba, knowing that you can't just forward dash after that throw for free. Now it's going to be 2-1 to the man who's already in winner's side.
I mean, he checked him. He tried to test it out. Kusanagi, the first time he got that throw, checked Kaba on wake up with the low forward. Got the throw again. He was like, you know what? I think he's going to be blocking this time around. I'm going to make the guess. But Kaba, he sees the dash and he reacts to it. He's like, no, that's not free. I know the frame data on that. You're not in a plus scenario to even try to press a button.
And one of the things I've been highlighting about Kusanagi is the fact that he hasn't been greedy after those forward throws, right? He's usually just pressed a roundhouse or a button that could make sure that the opponent stays in a position once he gets that forward throw. This time he did try to get greedy and Kaba was still ready. You see Kaba at that distance, at that light kick distance now, bringing out more upside down kicks. This is beautiful adjustments. Oh, tries to catch him with the throw bait, but again, with this life lead, no reason to give him that. Make him earn it. Flash kick through the fireball.
Oh, he tried to anti-air with the uppercut.
Get no flash kick off that stand light kick this time. Oh, with a buff from behind. His own stand light kick. Guile utilizing it just as well.
Dangerous territory and the down forward roundhouse. The call out from Kaba, putting him at championship point.
Oh my goodness. 1 round away from getting into Capcom Cup. They'll take that trade, however. Yeah, I see. That's what we're talking about. But doesn't actually get the combo off the crush counter.
Pretty crucial drop there from Kusanagi. He needs to get all he can take at this point. As much as he can take, I should say.
When he tries to dash in again, EX flash kick this time is the answer from Kaba. Big jump in. Will he swing the crowbar? No, he's actually just going with the EX bar. Now he just needs one more throw and one more guess. He goes with the meaty.
Final round.
Trying to stay alive here, tying it all up, but still, Kaba still with that commanding lead, sitting in Grand Finals winner's side. Big confirm off the roundhouse into the V-Skill 2 this time. Not trying to dash up, right? He missed it earlier. Going for the nice, easy confirm.
Oh, you have to flip out on the air hit. It's going to allow him to confirm that light kick all the way through to critical art. Huge damage here from Kusanagi, trying to tie this setup, and he gets the dash forward, meaty, low forward. Gets the counter hit. Oh, UAV reversal in. Nothing, my friend. Counters it perfectly with the forward throw, and we're going to a game 5 here in our first set.
Not with the V-Trigger 1 active like that. There's no way you're going to V-reversal it in time before you can get punished like that. Good call out from Kusanagi, knowing full well that he's ready for any of those defensive options. Keeping it close, 2-2. That's what I'm talking about.
Man, it looked like for a moment there that Kaba was going to run away with this set. The momentum was just building too heavily. He was playing too well, but Kusanagi not going quietly into the night.
Fight.
If he goes down swing.
Okay, recognizing that Kaba doing a lot of micro movements, right? And because of that, he won't have the flash kick charge. However, still ready with the normal.
I was about to say, both of these guys were duking it out close quarters up until the point Kaba got the life lead. Does so again, backs off so slightly, and nice and easy. Again, in a championship point scenario for Kaba.
Yeah, right back to where he found himself. Kusanagi, though, he's showing the mental composure that he does not care about playing from a deficit. He's still been playing so solid. And now he gets fireball, but no, the meaty was not there. Another successful wake-up jab from Kaba. Oh, he's trying for the big roundhouses, and Kaba's not giving him anything. Sets up shop with the V-skill and V-trigger.
Crouch fierce anti-air, ready for it. Back throw, getting closer and closer to that victory. Ooh, that could have been huge. Oh, an even bigger punish from Kusanagi. Couple more sequences. One throw.
Tries to lock him down. I love that V-reversal right there from Kaba. Just get that space back, put some gray life on him. Oh, catches down the gray line, and there it is. The target combo finishes the job, and Kaba is your Central America qualifier for Capcom Cup.
Nice and easy with that low forward confirm into the overhead. A lot of control in that final game. We saw how he was in the first two matches. He was testing the waters with those sonic booms, getting the momentum and chipping away at Kusanagi's life. Huge turnaround in that final moment where he started to brawl it out, going up close and personal, maintaining that momentum, getting this corner damage, and sealing the deal over Kusanagi. GG's immediately dipping out from the lobby to celebrate with his compadres. Big ups to Kaba as well as the Dominican Republic for their representative into Capcom Cup.
And I mean, that's really the thing that hurts the most when it comes to these tournaments, not getting to see the player reactions in those winning moments, you know, especially Kaba in an offline environment. Not only would he be going wild, but all the Dominican Republic fellas and ladies would be going wild with him. However, we don't get to see that, but we do get to see Kaba in Capcom Cup, which is reward in and of itself enough. Beautiful gameplay the whole time. The info we had going into this tournament was that he was training 7 hours every day for this tournament online, making sure he practiced in the environment that he was going to qualify in, and he does so. Incredible stuff. And now we got two guys qualified for Capcom Cup, with Kaba joining the man Daigo himself.
Dang, that's absolutely true. And in the meantime, while you guys are waiting for the next event, we do have the North America West 1 Block A happening August 15. Mark your calendars, because that is going to be absolutely wild as we get closer and closer to the big dance. Again, it's been pretty wild so far as we take a look who's qualified, right? So far, obviously, Item coming back in. Phenom taking it from Norway. DR Mandrake hailing from Florida, quote unquote now, but, you know, he represents different places, I should say. SKZ from Singapore, Picaro from Peru, Takamura from Belgium, and Daigo in Japan. And now Kaba representing the Dominican Republic.
Man, incredible top 8 as per usual when it comes to these Capcom Pro Tour regional events. I'm so happy to see Kaba. Definitely one of the favorites coming in, one of the players that has been grinding Street Fighter V for a long time, one of the players that put the Dominican Republic on the map for this game in the first place. He's going to be the one representing it. I'm sure the entire region couldn't be happier.
And again, we thank you guys, each and every one of you, from hanging out with us from the top 16 up until this point. 2 days of gruesome Street Fighter V action all the way through and checking out all the pre-shows, all the shows that's been happening during the week. We have Winter Stays On as well as Fighting Words to kind of get you guys ready for these events. So big ups to those guys across the pond for putting in that work, putting in that grind mad early in the morning. And of course, thanks to you guys for putting up with everything that's been going on during this pandemic, supporting the fighting game community, being one with the community as well, just hanging out through each and every one of these streams. I see you guys chat. Ringe and I have been keeping an eye throughout all of you guys the entire time. And honestly, troll or not, we thank you guys for real.
Exactly. Yeah. Tuning in. I mean, it's on everybody that's a part of the community to come together during the world being closed down and still making sure that all these tournaments are very special. And I mean, the viewers are a big part of that, right? We've seen sports have fans taken away, and there's no doubt that is something that has been missing from professional sports. So I'm glad that we still have the Twitch chat coming in every single week. Anytime there's a Capcom Pro Tour regional event, still showing out for everybody. And of course, we get that not only for these Capcom events, right? But you mentioned all the great online tournaments that people have been running. The Wanted series by Damascus, the online events for NLBC and WNF, the online events coming out of Game Over, all of the online events coming out of Blink Esports, all these people putting on these amazing tournaments, and everybody is there just wanting to see this fighting game action. And I know fighting games are going to come back bigger and better than ever after this whole thing is done. So thank you all once again for tuning in to another amazing Capcom Pro Tour Regional Top 8. Central America won this time around, and Kaba is going to be the one qualifying for a Capcom Cup. And yeah, man, I'm out of breath, Vicious. You got anything else to say, my man?
Just thank you guys, and we hope to see you guys for the next qualifier again, August 15th. Mark your calendars. Until then, be safe, cherish your loved ones, and keep supporting the fighting game community. Take care.